So even though nobody's here, let's go ahead and explain what the hell's going on. Something's up, and I'm testing it. That's it. I'll explain more in detail when people are actually here. Okay, so that was the first try. Let's try something a little harder. Hello, Protosnow. Hello, Darkrai. As you can see, Advent has come up with a brand new trooper. Yeah, I would actually agree with that. It's quite a... shows that technology is stupid. No. See, that's not a good sign. Let's try that again. I mean, honestly, if Samus was working for XCOM, they would probably win inside of, like, a couple hours. Commander, this is central. We've discovered a new suit, and a woman inside it. She may be new, but she's the best we've got to fight Advent. And then Samus just, speedruns her way through everything in seconds. She can do that. I don't think I've ever heard of it, Sweet Baby. What's it about? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm apparently blind, dumb, and deaf. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Well, it's not as bad as it could be. Do one last test here, just really quick. Let's try again. No issues. If you don't understand why I keep doing this, what I just did is literally a frame-perfect trick. And I've managed it first try both times. And I know that's more reflexes than anything else. Okay, so let me talk this out a little bit. Let me explain what the hell I'm doing. Once upon a time, I was hit by a car and then run over by the same car. That was a fun experience. I had to go into surgery and come out, and I was on some pretty interesting painkillers afterwards. I know I've told this story before, forgive me. But for those of you who haven't heard the story, I was sitting down with the Game Boy SP that my ex-girlfriend had given me and was playing Super Mario Bros. 3, a game that at that point in my life I had played over and over and over. And what kept happening is so hard to describe, even to this day, because I would make a jump and it wouldn't work. Yeah, it was the desert level of World 2, the one with the sun on it. And I would try to avoid an enemy, and I would run right into them. There was such a disconnect between what I was thinking doing and what was happening on the controls that I could not figure out what the hell was going on. It actually took my mother to point out that I was on severe drugs because of the surgery, and that was probably the issue. But I've never forgotten that sensation, because in my mind, I wasn't doing anything wrong. And maybe I'm weird, but one of the weirdest and most horrible sensations for me is to be screwing up and not knowing why. So, obviously, I've been running myself into the ground lately, trying to get everything set up here at the new place. And obviously, I just jumped right back into streaming after having not actually been streaming for over a month, 2 months actually at that point. Which brings me to my other story, which is my other theory. So the other story, I'm not going to tell you the whole story. All I'm going to say is that there's certain people who, for some reason, I just cannot seem to be competent around, because I just get this weird anxiety simply by being in front of them. Now, I've actually mentioned this before. Anybody who knows me knows that I am actually good at video games. In fact, I am very good at video games. But you wouldn't really know that from watching me stream unless you have a brain and understand that what you were watching is me playing suboptimally because of the fact that I'm streaming. It's pretty much a universal thing that overwhelming majority of people will play worse when they have an audience. And that's in addition to the fact that I have to keep track of chat and interact with people and try to keep up some degree of personality going instead of just sitting here like a vegetable. If all I'm doing is focusing on the game, I crush games like bugs. But I perform worse when I'm performing in front of somebody, right? Like, that's just as normalcy. So what I was trying to put together is what the hell was going wrong with my XCOM 2 playthrough. Because obviously there were a couple of big mistakes which I made, which I caught. But several people, including Dakota, have pointed out several of the mistakes I was making as I was going through. And it's like, I didn't notice those mistakes, other than the research thing, which is probably a negative if we're being completely honest with ourselves. So I thought, easiest possible way to test that. Let me pull up a game that I know is hard. I know a game that I know decently well, but a game that is hard, and do a couple of frame perfect tricks, or do a low level run of Ridley and see how that works. Yeah, it's true. I'm splitting my brain 3 times, Mr. Red. That's very true. And let's see how that works. And while I did die the first time on Ridley, it wasn't actually that bad of a fight. I actually made one mistake on the fight. I doubt any of you even noticed it. And it did end up leading to my loss, but the second time I didn't make the mistake. So maybe I just suck? Maybe I really did have bad RNG? Maybe it's entirely because of the research thing, which is actually quite valid. I was demonstrably under-leveled for the entire first playthrough because of my research path. Like, that's a thing. I didn't get the magnetic weapons until the end, and even then I only got one upgrade, and it was for the shotgun. So I was dealing with noob gear the entire playthrough. Yeah, maybe I was just tired. I actually went to bed early last night because I had a wave of fatigue hit me, which I don't know how to describe other than it was a wave of fatigue. And you're probably thinking, Laura, who cares? But the thing is, I care. I know that sounds so stupid, but if I'm screwing up, I'd like to know why. Because if I don't notice a screw up, then something's wrong somewhere, right? You understand. Really quick. Thank you, Mike. Very, very much. Always and ever appreciate. We'll jot that down for, let's see here. Dragon Age block, the Age of Empires block, and Fallout 4. You got it. Thank you. Quite a bunch of the theory, which actually stuck with me. And I'm going to do a bit of a test. So I'm going to go ahead and bump the difficulty back up to Veteran. And we're going to see what happens exactly. because I'm actually kind of curious. For the reference, sorry, this was actually being asked. Someone was asking which mods we're using exactly. Voice pack, required thing that I think they're good. Required thing that is required for mods. The thing that improves the soldier list in the soldier management scene. You've already seen that one. Visual pack, voice pack, the mod configuration menu, the narrative control to make Bradford shut the hell up. Stop wasting my time. The tactical stats overhaul that's in combat. Gotcha again. That's something we haven't actually seen yet, but I'll point it out when we get there. Armor pack, excuse me, armor pack. And that's actually it. And I just wanted to give you the full list there because it's not like we're going hog wild on mods and we don't have any gameplay mods, which is important. So we're going to turn it back up to vet, and we're going to see how this goes. Once it loads, because 2K Games' launcher is what the thing. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. I've never seen that type of message before. Hang on a second. Hang on. It is apparently a hype chat. Fascinating. I've never seen a hype chat before. That is literally the first hype chat I've ever seen. I'm guessing that's similar to the, what do they call it? The power chat or whatever over on YouTube. Well, first, thank you very, very, very much, the Pantheon. I do always appreciate that support. Thank you very, very much. Second of all, I'm glad that you're on stream. You're probably about to see me die and suck horribly, but, you know, that's XCOM and me, so I guess we're being redundant twice. Third of all, give me a second to look something up for hype chat. I'm actually kind of curious about this. This is, wow, this is really recent. This literally came out a week and a half ago. Damn. Okay, that's what I thought. So, thank you very, very much, the Pantheon. I don't know if you know this from watching the VODs, but you can put that towards up to 3 things if you'd like to, in order to, you know, show interest in future runs. Pardon me, my neck. I slept weird last night. Second thing I wanted to say is I don't know, if you want to lurk, you're more than welcome to, and obviously I'm going to keep putting the VODs up, but if you want to chat and hang out, you're more than welcome to. We're a pretty welcoming bunch. Ignore Mr. Red over there in the corner, he's feral. But for the most part, we're cool. If you want to be cool, you're more than welcome to be. I am going to go ahead and say that I recommend people, if they're going to do a direct donation, to not do hype chat in the future. Hype chat takes 30% off the top, which isn't the worst spread I've seen, but still, that's pretty bad compared to, for example, PayPal, which takes 1%. So, just gonna mention that going forwards. I might look into disabling hype chat. Can I do that? Yeah, maybe I can do that. I think you're right, Maidfist. Let's see if I can disable hype chat. Oh, there might be. Hang on, what do I got there? Nope, I'm wrong. There is literally, that's funny. There's literally a request for a feature to disable hype chats, which is currently not a feature. That's cute. Let me check one thing really quickly, just really quick. Nope, that's not helpful. I mean, I have put real thought into just disabling Twitch partnership. Now, you're probably thinking, why would you do that? Well, obviously, it would get rid of all the emotes. It would also probably chop my income down substantially because it would prevent Twitch subs, Twitch bits, and now hype chat from ever coming through. But at the same time, Twitch takes such an inordinate portion of that that I honestly would rather people donate via other means rather than just giving Twitch money. Thing is, there's two big downsides of that. One, I've already told you. I would demonstrably make less money. That's just how that would work out. And that sucks. But two, if I am not a partner, that means everyone gets full ads as determined by Twitch on every stream. And I usually stream for 4 to 5 hour blocks. Think about how many ad breaks that is. I'll think about that. I'll think about that. Because that's not great. Anyways. All right. So, we're not quite awake. We're not quite stupid. Or rather, not stupid. But the Pantheon did want to put it towards things which are... Give me a moment here. The Great Ace Attorney, which is actually on the list, and Contradiction. Got another Contradiction fan. And there, no, I wasn't. I wasn't asking for an additional donation. I was just mentioning it for everybody, for like going forwards. Thank you, the Pantheon, again. I hope you enjoy the Star Trek stuff. I've covered all of it at this point. Honestly, still really, really happy about that. Do you want to put that towards the same games? The Greatest Attorney and Contradiction? 17 minutes in, I haven't even played XCOM yet. Let's do some things. You got it. Here, I'll just adjust this and say thank you again. I do hope you enjoy. I try. I know I fail. I know I do. I mean, I just streamed Kingsfield 4, and that was one of the worst streams I've ever seen. That was just a bad stream. Wait, I forgot to do my drugs. Gotta do my drugs. Oh, that's the stuff. Okay, we're drugged up. We're super drugged. Okay, let's go ahead and turn the diff. Oh, we're already back on veteran. Okay. That's strange. I don't remember doing that, but okay, whatever. We are researching something. Where are we at? Where are we at?
You'd be surprised how big of a difference some of these things can make in combat, Commander. With a few supplies, I can manufacture anything we need in no time.
Let's go ahead and get 2 med kits going, for obvious reasons.
Having never stepped foot in one of the city centers, I've never actually had one of these Advent...
We've already seen this cutscene.
So this is the Commander. Dragonova spoke highly of you and the rest of your team. Trust me, that does not happen often. You are all welcome here. I will admit I had some concerns with this alliance of yours, but from what I hear, this skirmisher, Mox, was captured protecting one of my own. Reapers have long memories, Commander. We will honor our end of the deal. Volk, out.
Your tenacity could prove your undoing, Commander. If you would seek a fight with me, I hope you are truly ready to match my skills.
Avenger plotting new course.
That is a good point, Magister. That's a legitimately good point. PayPal also comes with a sort of a baked-in negative. PayPal automatically doxes the people who pays through it. Now the thing here is, I don't look at that stuff. right? Like, I'm not a scumbag. I don't look at your personal information or your email or whatever. That's all completely hands-off as far as I'm concerned. The only time I ever look at specific donations through PayPal is if there's some kind of an issue. Like maybe something hasn't gone through, or maybe I have to get a refund, or maybe someone's asking if it happened or whatever. So I go out of my way to ensure that I'm not doxing anybody. But that's on me, and that requires you to trust me to do that, right? Now, I am trustworthy. I've proven that 100,000 times. But the fact is, I understand completely why some people just aren't going to feel comfortable with that, and honestly, no judgment. So, I don't know, Traxia. At least a dozen, give or take. I love her. Okay, hang on, let me try to bully my brain into working again. Where am I at? Okay, so we're ignoring that. We've got access to that. We're right there. So let's save some time and go west first.
Setting course.
Let's conquer. We gotta conquer first.
United States.
Let's conquer a little bit.
Attempting to establish local regional contact.
Oh yeah, we've already seen most of these cutscenes.
The Advent officers have clearly been modified to allow for their subordinates to receive new orders psionically. The implanted chip is the key.
Commander, during the course of our research,
why
we
is
made
that
a
so
startling
slow?
breakthrough that has led us to another potential.
We only have one scientist? We
However,
do only have one
if we are
scientist.
to
That's the
proceed down
problem.
this path, we must
Well-
do so immediately, or I fear we will lose our opportunity to return to it in the future.
So, I mentioned the negative for the research thing. I was actually thinking about this, because Dakota's correct. There really is a path of research you should do in this game. Nothing really indicates that, and as he so accurately points out, these little breakthroughs and innovation moments are honestly, they're traps. They're there to make you waste time researching things that you don't need immediately. That contributes to a little bit of the early game problem. But the other problem is this doesn't really tell you what you're getting specifically out of things. Experimental weapons, okay, but assuming I've never played this game before, what does that get me? What is the actual benefit of getting experimental weapons? Right? You see the problem here? There's several issues like this. Of course, we're going to go ahead and resume on magnetic weapons, even though we're slow on that, but whatever, there's not
I'll
what we
have
can
a
do about
report
that.
assembled as soon as the research is complete.
So let's go ahead and continue making contact.
New objective added.
Yeah, it's really funny. For a game that has good info in game like this one does, it's funny how bad the info in game is in this game. It's why it's probably going to be one positive and at least two negatives, because there's a lot of info this game just does not tell you. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Inspiration and breakthroughs are both RNG.
New regional contacts located.
Okay. Let's go ahead and just focus on this right now. We're getting a
Not wallow in defeat, or you'll
weird spread of initial missions here.
no chance of ever besting a warrior of my talents.
Blah, blah,
Commander, we've utilized all of our available communications capacity.
blah,
We
blah,
can't
blah.
establish any new contacts until we
Commander.
upgrade our systems.
I had high hopes for the Resistance under your leadership, Commander, and you have outdone yourself.
Chosen no longer suffer from any weaknesses or XCOM not concealed at start of mission. Damn. You know the Pantheon. At some point you're going to have to stop giving me money. I appreciate it, really. Especially now. Still have to buy doors, which is going to run about $2 grand total. I'll just give that number away. But you don't have to. I'm not e-begging, I swear. I swear. It's cool. Cool. Normally, I'd put on my shades, but I'm not actually sure where they are right now. They're somewhere. Thank you. Again, the Pantheon. I assume you also want that to go towards the Great Ace Attorney and Contradiction. Yeah, exactly, Blade Triple. See, that's the funny thing. When you're buying stuff like that, especially for a house, you really don't want to skimp. Which boils down to, you can get something cheap to replace it later, which is going to be more expensive and more arduous. Or you live without doors until you can afford the good stuff. Guess which one we're doing right now. I already had to spring for some actually legitimately good toilets, which I know you're going to be like, oh, toilet humor, but no, for real. The benefit and value of a good toilet. All you have to do to understand the value of a good toilet is to think of a bad one. How many of you ever had a toilet which you have to flush multiple times and takes maybe about 2 minutes, maybe 3, to refill after you flush it? Just think about that. Or a toilet that's particularly small and uncomfortable. Or a toilet. Here's another one. This is a personal favorite of mine. There's one where I'm going to explain this wrong. So most older toilets have this thing where there's a chain, right? There's a lever. Lever goes like this. It raises the chain, which is connected here, and that pulls up the pump, right? But there's a lot of design that goes into this chain. And I've seen the cheap ones, and these stupid, cheap chains can get stuck or get on the wrong thing, or just like 5 or 6 different things can go wrong with this, which can make the toilet just run, or not flush properly, or not flush at all. So we got nice toilets. Thank you again, the Pantheon. Yes, I actually have played Darkwing Duck on the NES. I think I own it. I'm not sure.
My people are up for some additional work if you've got any orders for us, Commander.
Let's do this one. Let's speed up excavation this turn, or this month. And let's locate Q over here, shall we? Oh, I don't have any sergeants. Okay, we could rescue Worf. Let's see, who already has a goodwill? That does not help. You know what, let's send some rooks with goodwill on this. So we've got a 50 will. And this. Oh yeah, speaking of which, off camera, I tried to update several of these. There's, Terra, Trihexia, Maverick, Cronin, Zactath, Crazy Horse, Ross, Dr. Winter, Vigilant, Black Vial, Black Malkin. I couldn't find all the other stuff over here, and we've got a bunch of rooks still. So we're going to just wipe the board from this point onwards, but I also don't remember what any of these people's favorite colors are. So if anybody sees someone and wants to give me their colors, again, armor and weapon, thing, go for it. I believe that's Spanish Trihexia. Could be wrong. Anyways, we're going to send a rook. Do it to it.
Covert is our specialty. Let's just hope your people can keep up.
So hang on. And first, thank you, Polikos. It has been a minute, and I do suck. We will go ahead and jot that down for the BRPG block and the Dragon Age block. You got it. Thank you. As always. Hang on, we're just trying to see really quick. Yeah, I know, right? It almost looks like real life Northwest America right now. So that's going to be red. And then black. Black is my soul. There we go. So we're going to keep trying to make contact.
Nothing on the local.
Then we're going to get our first terror mission.
Setting course for the Eastern U.S. Precinct.
Or whatever they're called in this one. Hang on a sec. I don't think we've heard the terror music in the original. I could be wrong. It's the top one, Laura. Pay attention. And just in case, we're going to go ahead and make a backup save. We're actually going to call this 1. How did I cheat in Kingsfield 4? Game Shark, I think. I'm pretty sure it's Game Shark. Okay, so we're gonna gamble because we have lots and lots and lots of rooks. So we're gonna just bring a bevy of rooks here. Hope for the best. And we're gonna give you a med kit. And we're gonna give you a med kit. And we'll see how this works.
Sky Ranger deployed.
In position for deployment.
The aliens just hit one of the resistance outposts hard. There may be survivors, but that's a best-case scenario. We're going in to secure the site. Neutralize all hostile contact.
We do have several Canadians here, for some reason.
One of those chosen is leading an assault on the resistance encampment in this area. Our people are doing what they can to fight back, but we need to help protect the civilians trapped nearby. There's a group of resistance soldiers hunkered down not far from your position. Move in and help fend off the attacking alien forces.
This is an awful starting position. Just terrible. This is bonkers. Holy crap.
All right, I'll go.
We didn't get a boss last first terror mission, but we'll see how that works this time.
Designated coordinates.
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, anything visible down there?
What's over there?
It's a big no. Okay. That's actually what I was thinking too, but then I realized that was my first instinct, and if there's something I learned yesterday, it's not to listen to my first instinct. We'll scooch over here. We'll end our turn with an advantage on height in case it actually matters.
Advent forces on the ground.
Oh, okay.
At first, Advent deployed non-lethal stun units for crowd control and the occasional protest. We don't see a whole lot of that anymore.
What's over there?
Split up a little bit, get some positioning going on. Screw it.
Heading to that location.
We'll see what happens.
Damn you!
Commander, Advent isn't backing off. They've got units in the AO that are ignoring our forces just to get a better shot at the civilians. Take those bastards down.
Of course. Okay, I'm kind of glad I took position last turn. Nice shot. Oh, yeah, go for it.
By the numbers.
Okay, so he's promoted. None of them are in range of that guy over there. Let's... No. Let's... Get back there.
It is clear.
Let's see if this can improve our situation at least a little bit. A little bit. Let's do this instead, then.
Fire in the hole!
Let's get rid of their cover. Then... still counts as cover. I'm not sure I agree with that, but I'm not going to argue it. I want him to stay over there, so let's just roll the dice on this. Okay, sectoid down. Hi, Vancini. Cool, cool. Depressing, but cool. So now he should be in range of my guy on the far right.
I'm trusting you here.
Those we're probably getting.
I've got something over here. I got
Okay, that worked out.
The resistance team is in the clear. They're moving to help the other survivors. There's a large group of civilians pinned down within range of your position. Sensors indicate hostile forces are closing in fast. We need to get in there before the aliens slaughter those people.
Yeah, I noticed the loot. I hate to overextend to get loot. We could probably use the loot, so let's go for it. We just need to avoid cars. Learn that lesson the hard way.
Affirmative.
I would say the Dominion are more evil than these people, considering the laundry list of things the Dominion has done to people for what are effectively minor infringements. And also, even though I don't think it counts, it is worth noting the Dominion are higher
Solid copy.
scale than this. The Dominion will do things to worlds. Plural. Okay, so let's try to scooch up here.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, the reason I keep using V
I've got the loot here.
as the comparison for this particular story is in V, the aliens weren't really that much higher tier than us. They were higher tier, but they weren't that much higher tier. They needed to infiltrate. They needed to process. They needed to consume, for lack of a better way to put it, in order to keep progressing, right? Like, that was their whole thing. And you can see why I get that vibe from the Elders here in XCOM, at least in the new XCOMs. I don't know if the old XCOM story arc was any different or not. Let's not overextend.
No need to ask twice.
Let's go ahead and advance a little cautiously here.
I guess that'll be okay.
Yeah, they have sectopods, but I mean, have you ever seen a tank? A real-life tank? Those things are death machines. I know science fiction, especially pulp science fiction, which this is very clearly inspired by, likes to believe that human military technology is pathetic, but no, human military technology is pretty crazy.
10-4.
It has been since World War II. Okay, well, we have two groups of enemies. We're not going to split up for that. Well, since we're already leaning this way, we're going to keep leaning this way.
Sure thing.
See, to me, that's just bad writing, Fist. Although I'm not disagreeing with you.
I hope it's worth it.
That's Doctor Who, is what that is. The enemy is immune to bullets. Why?
Good copy. Moving on target.
Because they're immune to bullets. But why? Listen, they're so advanced, we can't possibly resist them. Okay.
Absolutely.
There is no good cover in advancing here, so we're just gonna do this, I
I'm
suppose.
going.
Yeah, we can't beat them conventionally! Ping to you, Thughead. Like, honestly, that's what that reminds me of. No joke. We can't beat them conventionally, okay? Why? Citation needed. Oh my god, that's it. That's it. The elders are fleeing the Kyleng field.
Advent troops spotted.
I mean, you get my overall point, though, right, Meadfist? If you're going to do a story about resisting a superior power, it's actually pretty hard to balance that superior power so they are superior without being too weak, without being too strong. A balance needs to be maintained. If the enemy is so bonkers strong, then the whole time I'm just sitting here thinking, then how are we doing anything against them at all? And frankly, most fiction falls into that exact trope. They make the enemy so super strong that it actually becomes bad writing that we're able to resist them on any level. I'm also pulling a lot of things with regards to the idea that they're infiltrating and using humans. Like, think about how many of their troops are Advent troops, aka former humans. Like, if you look at that, logically speaking, the world builder in me thinks, oh, okay, so they don't have the infrastructure, materials, manpower, and numbers to do a proper, like a group of regulars, right? They don't have a proper regular army. So, obviously that means they need to focus on their strengths, trying to infiltrate, trying to manipulate, trying to use the conquered territories in order to fuel the aforementioned conquered territories. I'm gonna be very stupid here. Nope.
Target's still up.
Okay, we're gonna stop being stupid because that's just not working.
Got it covered.
But anyways, my point overall, believe it or not, is actually a story positive. I agree with Loke. I think they actually do a pretty decent job in XCOM, in this XCOM specifically, of making it seem like Advent, the aliens, are advanced, but not too advanced, but not too ridiculously overpowered. It is believable to me that we are capable of actually, resisting them. That's my take on that, anyways. So, first, thank you, Trapin. Always appreciate. I will jot that down in just a moment here. For the Zelda block, the LTTP randomizer run, and the StarCraft block. And then Ciela is putting it towards Loke's choices, which is going to be something we'll find out in a second. Let's get out of not being in cover. If I still have... I do not. That might be worth going for. Let's go and go for that.
What's over there?
I mean, that's the other thing. If you remember, especially the first game, which I know isn't really canon for the second game, we do a lot of reverse engineering, and our tech advances very, very quickly, which, again, I'm kind of with. It's entirely possible that I'm just very stupid, but none of these things bother me because I think they do a good job of maintaining the vibe and the feel of resisting against a superior force that's invading and infiltrating. I'm with it, for lack of a better way to put it.
Stepping off.
Also true, Dr. Winter. Let's go and just scooch.
Stepping off.
You got it. Give me a second. Yep, I knew that was coming. Other good examples of this, Stargate SG-1 comes to mind immediately.
We've heard rumors about some kind of shapeshifters. I'm guessing this is it.
It is a remarkable species.
If only we...
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So while they're doing stuff, those are going towards city, or no, company of heroes. Homeworld block. And the Jack block. You got it. Thank you, Ciela. Very, very much. Yeah, we're just having Resident Evil critters at this point. Which... yeah, honestly, shrug. I know, Dragon's Hunter. The faceless didn't spawn on my face. Or, you know what I mean. Okay, so let's do this.
I guess I'll be okay.
Let's get right up on this thing's face. I don't know if you saw the percentage chance of hitting there. It was pretty high.
What's over there?
I was planning to take it down this turn. I may no longer be able to do that having missed that shot. So I'm going to be a little more cautious than I was going to be. Okay, we could still kill it. Maybe. It's very unlikely, though. There's no good position there. What, here? See, I was thinking the same general concept, but right here. Because I have a feeling it's going to go for the civilians. I'm not sure that's going to... It's funny you say that, Loke, because I actually was thinking it deserves a negative. In fact, I wish there was a mod that could show me my chance of hitting, like right there, over the thing that I'm trying to hit, right? That is true. We'll go and go with the tree then. And yeah.
On Overwatch.
We'll see what happens. And thank you, Game Geek. Always appreciate. We had another pod this whole time. Oh, never mind. That's the one I saw. And miss. Yeah, it's
not good.
So that's gonna take a swing at them and hopefully not kill them. Or they could get crit and instantly killed. Cool. That's our first death in this particular playthrough. Hello, Black Vulcan. At least this time I don't feel bad because I didn't do anything wrong there. If the initial shot had hit, we would have been fine. 81% miss. Jesus Christ. That was a 74% chance miss.
Okay, so I got one.
If you know what you want to put that towards, Game Geek, please let me know. Oh, right, sorry. Sorry. They had. So they killed that guy, so we should have a pod in the back. We're gonna inch up a little bit.
I'm trusting you here.
And
On Overwatch.
yeah, that's gonna be a miss. Okay, so Game Geek 56982 going towards Republic Commando. You got it. Oh, hang on. And also Gravity Falls. And also DBZ Kakarot. You got it. Thank you again, Geek. We are almost going to fail this mission just because of how much they are massacring the civilians, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. And we've had overall decent RNG with one issue with the blob just now. I'm reminded of, I think it was Chaos Gate Demon Hunter, wasn't it? Where there is no hit chance at all. There's just how much damage you do is changed by how much cover they have. And I remember liking that.
I hope it's worth it.
I said it yesterday, I mean it. There needs to be some RNG to a game like this, but...
Happy now? Weapons burn and ammo fast.
The soldiers killed. Bob from accounting.
We must never allow these dissidents to fill our hearts with fear. Their victory today...
Yeah, Mechanicus honestly probably perfects this formula in several ways. Mechanicus has its own issues, but I love what Mechanicus does.
Hello, Commander.
Cool. Okay. So we should have... Yep, none of the Canadians died.
From what I've seen, you could use the practice.
What? Was that a dig? Okay, so... Looks like we have 4 more people to allocate if anybody would like to be a specialist, or a ranger. Also, what's with all the Canadians? Look at this. Look at this. We've just got Canadians. Oh, right. We've got Bradford muted. Thank God for that. Yeah, I'm actually going to use a dice roller. Okay. 1, 2. I mean, if we only had 4 people who want it, I'm just going to give it to y'all. So, like I said, we have 2 rangers and 2 specialists. Any preference? Oh, hang on, we have 5 people now. But Dragon's Hunter is disqualified. Because Dragon's Hunter is technically still alive from the previous campaign. He's still out there. Just walking casually through the enemy forces. Not shooting, not attacking anybody, but just being invincible. Black Malkin, you're actually already there. You're right here. Good morning, Justin, and good morning, Bragwin. Okay, so Loke wants to be a ranger. Sure. Color of armor and color of weapon, please. Just gonna call you Loke to make this easy. You do need to be male, though, because apparently clones are sexist. I actually found this out later. You can't do the special clone armor on females. So... Whoops. And I'll make your gun black. Black as our soul. Loke. Quota specifically wanted a specialist. You're going to be Canadian now, Dakota. Congratulations. And just for fun, just this once. Well, I'll be nice and allow you to not have a helmet. Just this once, again. Yeah, we're gonna be orange. I think it was that orange you like? 15? I mean, I'm with some beanies. The brightest orange, yes. That would be, well, 14 then. And then, mm, 72, do you think? 71. Or 70. I mean, if you want to go full nuclear, I'm with it. Okay, we're going for it. No, hang on. There we go. What do you think? Do you remember we had that one stormtrooper? I don't even remember if it was the first game or the second game who had the happy face thing, and so they were just a stormtrooper with the happy face everywhere. Yeah, no, it conceals the orange too much. I agree. Oh my god, you cannot. No, you have to have armor. God damn it. Let's go with... I feel like orange works better for the weapon. What do you think? That looks like the same shade. Oh, the previous one down here? Alright, this is the last exception I'm making, though. Everyone else has to have armor. No, I'll do that. Okay, so there's Dakota. Lord Harriman's going to be our other specialist. Let's see. So I'm going to be doubly silly with Lord Harriman here. Because I like being silly. Actually, no. There we go. And this is Lord Harriman. Ask me again if you get to Captain, Loke, because at this point I wouldn't count on that. Hang on. I'm curious. Hang on. I can't decide what's better. The hot pants or, like, the full cargo pants. What do you think? Cargo pants or hot pants? Yeah, I feel like cargo pants is the better juxtaposition, right? Okay, Lord Aramont wants... Should probably change your name so I know who this is. There we go. Where's... that's nothing I want. I don't like any of these. I don't like any of these tattoos. Meh. Meh, I say. Okay, sorry. So, who else was guessing? So that's Dakota and Lord Haramont. We also need Loke and Trafin. So, oh, I already did Loke. So I guess Trafin, you are this person. You know, we haven't done any of these yet. Let's do something like this. Let's be a little bit different here. We can be a little bit different. We got this. Didn't show up there at all. Damn. Saving my armor, please. Thank you. Oh, never mind. Trafin specifically wants clone armor. Ah, all that for nothing. Alright, hang on. No, we can go full jet black. Just gonna give me something. Fine, I think it's this one. Well, we've even got double color for you. Check it out. Holy crap. So hang on. If we do happy faces, where's happy? Game, please stop resetting my options on me. I like this too, but honestly, Trafin, I'm just going to try and sell you on something really quick, okay? What do you think? No, hang on. It's actually swapped. It's swapped. It should be the other way. There we go. There we go. Behold its perfection. And the happy faces really don't pop out on the gun. Ah, well. No happy faces. We'll always know who Draven is. Okay. And I think that's it right now. Yeah, we got nothing but rookies left. But don't worry. We'll get some levels in. Hopefully. Okay, so. What am I doing? I don't really want Morbius to be a scientist, if that's okay. Oh, we do need... We do actually need a scientist, ironically, so let's go get a scientist going. We really need a scientist. Our science is going way too slow.
Just as you are driven to free your people from the perceived oppression of the Elders, the burden of honor instilled upon me since my creation drives my service to the gods, regardless of their intention.
Commander, now that members of the Resistance factions have joined us on the Avenger, I thought you might want an area where you can meet to organize and plan future operations together. This coil could provide us with some additional power for the Avenger systems, but we'll need to add some shielding first to protect the crew.
Okay. Chosen no longer have any weakness. Or removes conceal. We can get a scientist, or we can get a ranger. There's no choice there. We're gonna get the scientist. Let's do it.
Setting course for
Eastern
United States.
Let's see how this goes. I may actually change the thumbnail to this screen. It's... hang on. I do want at least one rook here. We do have some rooks we're trying to pull up here. So hang on. Honestly, yeah, let's do it. Listen, we've got to move those action figures, okay?
Sky Ranger deployed.
We're in the pipe. 5x5.
We've been tracking a weak advent signal moving through this region. It looks like a data vault, probably stowed aboard one of their trains. Initial analysis suggests the data may be tied to the aliens' latest project, so we're moving in to lock it down. Secure the AO and remove any hostile forces protecting the train. Then seize the assets by whatever means necessary. Menace 1-5, we've got a bead on the Advent data vault near your position. Be advised, self-detonating charges are in place at the target. Move to disarm and extract the package before its contents are destroyed.
7 turns. This will then be saved too. Yeah, for once, not a bad starting position. I mean, last time we had a decent starting position too, but still. Okay, so...
Heading to that location.
Oh my god.
On my way.
What have I got going over there?
Position confirmed.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
Alright, Dakota. Go be a scout.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
Well, at the moment, we've got 7 turns to go down, so
Okay.
I don't like that position, but it's the best I got.
Moving to position.
We're already facing Priest. Jeez Louise.
It would seem Advent has begun deploying their so-called priests into combat. Their implants provide significant enhancements to whatever latent psionic energy they may have once possessed.
Moving.
I really just like how many cars are up here, too.
Good copy. Moving on target.
On the move.
As usual, Dakota, we're going to send you first.
Enemy squad located. Headed there now. I'm on the move.
Affirmative. Moving out.
You hear that? I swear I heard something down here. Of course, it's completely invisible to me right now in my line of sight, so...
Position confirmed.
Well, I forgot to rename Trapin as
We're
Trapin.
still not entirely sure if they're fully automated or remotely triggered.
Damn it. I'm sorry, Trapin. I forgot to rename you. Hopefully you'll live through this level so I can do that.
Moving to designated coordinates.
Third attack. Okay, that's pretty good.
Eyes on the prize.
Moving to position. Okay. Scanning.
You know, I actually have no idea, Yura. Does anybody know?
On Overwatch.
Okay. So we can gamble. Or that's kind of it, essentially. One way or another, this is a gamble. The question is, do I want to do it this turn or next turn? I'm going to do it this turn, because it's the dumbest possible thing I could do. Because, yeah, I have 4 turns, essentially now, to finish the objective. So, solid hit from Trapin.
They found us. Shake it before you get
Yeah, we actually haven't encountered much in terms of the actually dangerous stuff yet.
done.
Interesting. That was strange, but okay.
I think I need some help.
Yeah, that was actually a really good Overwatch. So I need we do that with a grenade? No. Whoa, what? Maybe? Oh, damn. Double damn. Let me think about this for a second. I'm under Overwatch right now. If I move, I'm going to get hit, or potentially get hit anyways. I'd rather run some dice rolls here. Okay, so Overwatch is now removed. So now... don't want to do that. I'm going to leave you two up here, I think.
Only the best.
I'm gonna send my melee down. I'm gonna go there because I don't know where the enemy is gonna be. I'm just gonna guess. Okay, nothing directly below us, which is my biggest worry. Scooch over here. Can you hit in there? Yeah. Fuck this. Yeah. Come on, don't do it on the person I'm trying to level. Yes, Lord Harriman. Okay, do it on Takoida instead. Sure, that's cool. I cannot believe that missed. What?
They're on the move!
You... What?
That was close!
Yeah, it's kind of like ammo. You don't really need to keep track of ammo. It's just, are you currently loaded or not?
Sure thing.
And there's that kill. And loot. Hey, nice. The important part is, she got promoted.
Fall over it.
So there's the other
Objective
pack.
position confirmed. Advent troops here.
Oh, thank God. That's actually good. Weirdly enough. Because, we can do some stuff here. Oh, no, we can't because... Okay. I've got a little bit of time to play with. Like, one turn, essentially, to play with. So, yeah, let's go ahead. Pooch over here. That's better. And we'll kill that sectoid next round, assuming it doesn't screw with us too badly. I need a priest to go away.
I'm alright!
Hi, Giga. Live, Takoida. No! Takoida, no! Traitor!
What's in my... Nothing. It's nothing.
Thanks, Log. Brains.
He's in my... I can't!
Okay, so hang on. So let's focus on the important thing, which is getting rid of that sectoid first. No, don't shoot Takoida. Okay.
Not a problem.
We're gonna gamble a little bit here. %45 chance, and we could roll low. Hang on, let's see if Takoida's right. Let's see if this is a free action.
Gaining access.
Because if this does, this is going to solve this very quickly and easily. Sure. On fail, no effect. Go.
I'm in.
Yay.
Secure. Dennis 1-5. Status.
Okay, so that was an action.
Are inactive and the package is secure. Eliminate any remaining hostiles near the AO.
I mean, yeah, I had to do it anyways. I'm not really complaining per se. Let's do this. Let's just mop up the guarantees here.
Bring in ammo fast.
And the yeah, sure. Let's grenade. No. What do I think about this for a sec? Well, I got those two to work with still. I mean, I've seen that a couple of times, Black Maltons. That doesn't surprise me. We're going to be risky because we only have the sectoid as a threat. We're going to pull out of cover to reposition to get a slightly better shot. Nope.
Adjusting aim.
Damn. Alright. We're going to send out Trapin to kind of, like, tempt, essentially. Let's see what happens. No, don't kill my rook. She just got a kill. She's gonna level.
No, not.
Lord Haramont is now dead. And the rook is dead.
It's inside me!
Why can't I melee this thing? It's right there. Get some good rest, the Pantheon. Why can't I anything this?
I'm on it. X-ray neutralized. I'm trusting you here. Where to?
No, we're still committing to the Iron Man mode. It's just that's really frustrating.
Guess I'll be okay.
Could not kill that sectoid, and it killed 2 of my people. I mean, if that sectoid wasn't dead, he should deserve a raise for that. I mean, I could have done that better. I was deliberately gambling to try and get rid of the sectoid. I did not roll the dice correctly. That's all it was. That was an example of pure RNG. I'm just trying to get rid of the damn sectoid.
Status confirmed. All hostiles are down and the area is secure.
I'm just gonna live with it, Black Malkin.
Commended loyal citizens today for standing up to those who would abandon our values.
I mean, I don't feel bad about those deaths, weirdly enough, because at least that was something I deliberately went out of my way to do. Right, it's not like I was like, oh my god, and then, like, I get RNG'd to death.
Hello, Commander.
He deliberately went out of his way to kill me both before he died. Just spiteful, honestly. Yeah, sure, go ahead and bond. I've already confirmed this. They're all out of bubble now. Apparently not, to go ahead. Itch, itch, itch. Okay, that sucked. No new recruits. What was I doing? Nothing, apparently. I was getting new scientists, that's what I was doing. That's nice.
Our people seem to work well together, Commander.
Well, let's go rescue Blade Traval.
Setting course for the Western U.S. Precinct.
Well, hang on a second. What do we got here? Actually, hang on. We're gonna do something a little bit different than what I was gonna do. We're gonna make Dakota. Ross. And Crazy Horse. I need you to have the med kit. There we go. Yes. Also, Ross, what are your colors really quick, if you're even there? Because as you can see, you're just gray right now, because I have no idea what your colors are. Also, Crazy Horse, what are your colors? Also, Dakota's tired. I just noticed that. Let's actually not do that. Didn't notice the tire. That's my fault. We'll bring Cronin instead. We'll get that kit. Actually, no, Giga. These are clone troopers. Big difference. Cronin is our hacker here. Okay. I figured, but I just wanted to double check. Hang on. So I'm going to jot down a negative because I hate this game and I suck at it, and that's a negative to gameplay. What did I put that under? Yeah, imagine a stormtrooper, but good. Yes, Worf, aka Blade Traval, is still kicking. Looks like we put that under HUD. Specifically. Oh, looks like I already jotted that down even. No, Magister. I, in no way mean this to sound elitist, but I don't understand procrastination. I have a million billion things to do, and the idea of doing nothing just bothers me.
We have the advantage of stealth here, so we should try to get in.
So we're gonna go and put this under save 2. accept the death. So we don't have Dragon Center this time, so we can't rely on that anymore.
10-4. These two are working together like a well-oiled machine. As long as we keep them close to each other in the field, they'll reap various tactical benefits as their bond continues to grow.
Yeah, by the way, I don't know if you caught the amusement, but Crazy Norse and Ross have a bond, which, if you're wondering why that's funny, the two of them shared, guessed the same thing when we were doing the guessing game yesterday. I think I could slip by over here.
On it.
I think I can. If I can't, well, we don't have a turn limit at the moment.
Copy that. Enemy sighted.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm going to accept what just happened. And we're going to go the other freaking way.
Commander, but as soon as she gets in range, the whole compound will go on high alert. We should hold back unless we have the target, or it's an absolute emergency.
That's still something I don't understand, Black Malcolm. So I moved forward, and there was a trooper right here, where I'm currently indicating. Which, he could have literally moved one step towards me and spotted me, and then he moved away from me. Which is bonkers. That's not how my luck tends to go in these games. So yeah, we're gonna go the other way. We're gonna go the other way. But yeah, like, even when I was a kid, I learned quickly and early that the best possible way to deal with stuff is to just get the irritating stuff out of the way first, so I can do the things I want to without fear or stress or having to worry about it. So I'd get my chores done, so I could go play video games. So I'm just, I don't get procrastination in either sense of the word.
We've got an enemy squad here.
Oh my goodness, there's just enemies everywhere. Yeah, we probably just lucked out on that one by virtue of the guy being like, let's do this.
Double time.
So will he detect Ross? No. Shockingly.
Heading to that location.
This is a much harsher patrol pattern. Last time we had a giant window of no enemies to just move through for this same mission when we rescued Warren.
Stepping off. Heading out.
Vision over here.
Affirmative, moving out.
Corner, please. Okay, nothing. Still nothing.
That's affirmative. On the move.
Man, this is the long-ass way around, isn't it?
Roger that.
Yeah, it's funny. Ever since I've switched the soundtrack to the remix soundtrack, I've actually been enjoying it more than the innate soundtrack. But it's still music in the game, and it's still a toggle, and so it still gets credit for that. It's just funny.
Heading there now. On the move. On the move. That's affirmative. Getting it done.
No, don't.
Quiet! Did you hear something?
Oh, absolutely. Like in the lava pit during the final boss, Mr. Red. Oh no, actually, maybe we don't start with that. Sorry, I thought you said end with. I apologize.
Rolling.
We're gonna be a little cautious here. We seem to be fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
Roger that.
I don't recognize that bard.
Double time.
What was that?
Movement! It's close!
Whatever. Let's see, so... Maybe start it specifically with... I mean, no. Honestly, I'm trying to think, because the ideal initial clip, I think, Mr. Red, would be one of the times where I just died, and I just kind of was like... And that happened a few times, but I'm struggling to think of a specific iteration of that happening. It would have been before we started cheating, but there were several times where I was just like, da, 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 da. Oh, okay, I'm dead.
Good copy. Moving on target.
Cool. Oh, you know what? Yeah, maybe the first time I fell off the wall. Remember when we were going through, like, the ruin section to the left of the starting spot? And we're like, okay, let's see what's standing... Ah! Yeah! I got good.
I'm on the move.
See, that's one of the reasons why we have that notification thing on Discord now, Act. Like any of this. Let's just poke around the corner. Let's just poke around the corner. Okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
Heading out.
Well, there's a channel in Discord, Act, which is called Stream Live. There's a bot that will notify, and there should actually be a post there right now from that bot indicating I am live. If there's ever a post in that channel, I am currently live, because the moment I stop streaming, it deletes its post. So you can always check that channel and see whether I am live or not. That's
moving out
by design.
Solid copy.
Oh, that's right. Lord Harriman. Yeah! Earlier.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
So, this feels like the corridor we went through last time. There's been nobody on this side of the base. Not that I'm complaining about
Understood. Moving out.
Well, the specific reason we started using that bot is A, Twitch is bad about notifying people in general, but B, when I was doing the phone streams during the transition stuff, during the actual move, nothing was indicating that I was live. So the only people who caught that I was streaming were people who happened to have my stream up. So the bot was to try and smooth that over.
Moving to designated coordinates. Orders confirmed. On the move. Moving on target location.
That indicates which VOD we're on. Voice of Authority. The fourth VOD, in this case. At least I think it's the fourth. Okay, we're gonna get a little risky.
I'm on the move.
Just a little. We need to get some vision up there.
Moving to position. Moving. Got movement here.
There's probably a patroller, like, right here-ish somewhere, is why I'm being a little cautious. Just a little, just a little. So we have two options. We can throw a grenade, reaching Blade Trevol nice and swiftly. Or we could continue to try and be stealthy.
Moving to position.
Let's get some vision. Let's see what's going on up here. Looks like nothing.
That's affirmative.
See, I'm all paranoid because last time we did this exact mission, we got balls lucky, and I don't want to rely on that again. I know this game. It's kind of... Oh, the door's even open. That's terrifying. Let's get some vision in there. No, they placed the zone for me. That's what happened last time, too. Good morning, silly idiot. I think they only do it for these kind of extractions, though.
Okay.
Okay, nobody in here. That's good, that's good.
Closing on target position now.
Hang on, let's save before we do something like that. Because I'm pretty sure if we do that, it's going to light up everything. So, yeah, this is save 2. Let me get in position first, then I'll do it.
Eyes on a hostile patrol.
Okay, so let's drop the zone right here.
I need an evac ASAP!
Firebrand is in position and the compound is on full alert. Time to move.
Alright, so. That's actually strange, but whatever.
Heading out.
I don't know. I think I did it on the wrong thing. I think I meant to do it next turn, not this turn. Whatever.
I'm on it. That is not good. More of them
The
coming in.
compound has reached maximum alert status. They put out a distress signal and we're already picking up multiple inbound transports.
Yeah. I wasn't even aware that was a mod act, would be my answer to that. Also, does that apply for...
Firebrand is in position and the compound is on full alert. Time to move.
So I was right. They do place one. It's just... Oh my god. They got rid of my old one. You see that? They got rid of my old one and placed a new one. That's reload worthy because, first of all, we were just testing, but second of all, what? That is stupid. I don't remember that either. I distinctly remember placing my own extraction things. I do have distinct memories of that. It's why I was so weirded out when we did this mission last time. It placed the extraction point for me, and I was like, why is it over there? Okay, so... It also might just be for this mission, because this mission is technically a tutorial. Because this is like the manually crafted, or manually scripted, or whatever, extraction mission. Yeah, let's look at X mod here really quick. Ooh. I might grab that DLC, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, so.
Infiltrating their system.
And yeah, we should be able to do this. It's a chance. come on. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Woo!
I'm in.
Okay, so now we can place our own Sky Ranger.
Affirmative, moving out. Eyes on a hostile patrol.
I mean, World War I was considered one of the most, you know, brutal and horrible wars, like, ever. And it was merely a few million dead.
Secure and we're on the move.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense. That's not negative worthy, I think. That's what we're going to do there.
Honest.
Let's just wait a moment. We are in no hurry here at all.
Understood, moving out.
In cover. Why can't they walk?
So now Ross has Blade of All. That reveals us? Interesting. Whatever.
Get me out of here!
Firebrand is in position and the compound is on full alert. Time to move.
VIP secure and in position for evac. On the move!
Getting out of here.
On your order! Ready to boogie!
All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Everything by the numbers. Mission accomplished.
I just hope your soldier was not
Yeah, that's an actual flawless victory. I'll take that one.
Prisoners
Took our time.
escaped from a detention
I
facility
tested something.
are considered armed and extremely dangerous. Advent urges all citizens to avoid...
Oh, excuse me. Didn't get any experience, of course, because he didn't kill anybody.
I am glad to return to your service, Commander. I will not forget what you and your soldiers have done for me.
Efficiently executed and no casualties. You can lead the Reapers any day, Commander.
We could have actually ghosted that, but that would have taken more time. Come on. So where is... Dude, there he is. So as of last time, this will be Blade Jabal. What the... Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, if I'm being honest, something I'm honestly debating giving a negative for is the fact that the way you level people up is by getting kills. I know that sounds strange, but as I literally just demonstrated, in many cases it's actually beneficial to not try to kill anybody. That's a good question. Let's look that up. Let's look that up for a second, because I'm not sure. Let's see here. I know there's a mod, which I actually had the last time we played this to smooth that out. But I don't know if it's in the game by default. Let's see here. Oh, no, that's interesting. Okay, no, I am correct. Kills are all that give experience. However, there are actually a few things that I didn't know about. So I didn't know that, for example, if I shoot someone and then someone else kills something, there is such a thing as assist experience. You can also gain experience from things that you do via resistance orders or special actions during covert actions, for example. But it is all kills. Interesting. Yeah, that's not great. It's better, but that's still not great. And I do firmly think that there should be another system in which, yeah, exactly, Shadow Machine. And I don't have to imagine that because I've played old MMOs which have exactly that system where quests give you nothing. Some of you may or may not remember this, but when WoW first came out, WoW actually was considered unique for the fact that you could quest to level, which was just bonkers at the time. Fascinating. Yeah, honestly, I think that is negative worthy. Probably only one negative, but I do think that's negative worthy. Tying you into one action for leveling, it reminds me of one of the problems I had with Final Fantasy Tactics. It encourages you to try and honestly be worse in order to level. This is something I have a huge problem with in a huge number of strategy games, something I've complained about many, many times. Yeah, exactly. Grinding JP is a frickin' thing, right? And I do also think that, for example, Loke says, do I think there should be a reward for flawless missions? Yeah, I think there should be a bonus reward for flawless missions. I do think there should be a bonus reward for, successfully, maybe not, maybe no losses. So like big bonus to X, or well, I say bonus to X, big bonus X for doing a flawless mission. And then maybe like a smaller portion of X, but a little bit that the whole party gets for no deaths. Maybe like, I don't know. I could probably think of other examples that I'm not coming up with off the top of the head. Maybe like if you manage to get to a thing faster with more turns left over, you could be rewarded for successfully accomplishing the turn objective quicker. Stuff like that, right? I feel like there could be additional mechanisms, mostly just to smooth over the leveling curve, essentially. Just to add a little bit of bonus experience so you're kind of continuing to go a little bit better, as opposed to the current system, which again encourages you to play worse in order to level. Oh yeah, experience for assisting a downed ally. That's another good one. Someone lifts someone up and carries them to safety. That would be a good thing. But yeah, anyways. Just some thoughts. Just some thoughts. Having said all of that, I think most of what we're talking about is absence of positive territory, except for the fact that all of your experience comes from kills. I do think, as I think in most games like this, encouraging the player to play worse to level is not a good thing. JP farming, etc. You get it. So you also have to consider in a game like this, if you're not leveling, especially in early and mid game, then you are functionally falling behind. The curve of the enemy difficulty is always going up to a certain point, And if you're not keeping up, then you're not keeping up. Okay. And of course, Blade isn't even here right now. So I can't do colors, but whatever. Has anybody... So, looks like we have two... Yep. Looks like we have a sharpshooter. And... a grenadier. Blade, I need colors. Primary color, secondary color, weapon color, please. I know you already gave it to me. Just bear with me here. Hey, Lord Firestorm. And it varies. D&D does have this problem periodically. It does. It depends on your GM, and it depends on your module and or your edition. There's a reason I house ruled giving experience at what do they call it, markers or whatever, instead of per kill, literally decades ago. Yeah, in first and second edition, well, the various first and second editions, because there's like 5. Yeah, that was a huge problem. Okay, so blue and black. Milestone, that's what they call it, thank you. Yeah, I've been a Milestone player for a long time. Since 2.5, I believe. Having said that, I do think a game where you get nothing from trash or kills is also a bad thing. Looking at you, Pillars of Eternity 1. I mean, that's just a lie at that point, Gum. I've never played any of them, but I know they exist, Act. Okay. Let's save, now that we've done all that. I have seen the Hellgast army, yes.
At one time, I was employed as...
And then let's quit to desktop. And I'm just done with the game. We're just gonna play Super Metroid. Is that cool with everybody? Just every stream is going to be Super Metroid. I did know that, Von Falkenstein. There's like a tiering to it. That being said, I usually dive down to the first energy node and then drop down a power thing, and then I go back up. I was starting doing that last time. Okay, fine. Mega Man and Metroid. Just for you. Hello? Here we go. Here we go. I'm getting some mods that may or may not have been suggested by someone in chat. I'm not saying any names, you know. I'm just saying, getting a couple more mods. Okay. Let's see how this works out. Let's see how many things we just broke. I need cute kittens. Hey, G-Juice. You done? There we go. Just finished. That's strange, Black Malkin. I'm cool with having a system where you get stuff even if you're not in the party, but that feels like a not really well designed system. Like that sounds like that needs a polishing pass, you know? Okay, so over here. Yeah, let me look something up really quick. Sorry, give me a second. Give me a second. Because I want to see what the experience mod actually does in this. It's what a chocobo says! Exclamation mark. Sorry, my niece is asking me what noise chocobos make, so I said "wark." Okay, so. I mean, that's how I raise my HP, is just bleeding out slowly. Let's see here. There it is. Okay. No, I was right. So the mod that we used last time is specifically a mod that gives you amount of experience per kill. Or blah, 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 per mission. Per mission. So simply doing a mission gives you some experience, and your people in your barracks get half of that experience just in general. Now, I remember this mod because we actually leveled too quickly in this, so I don't think I'm actually going to use it. Although, actually, it's configurable now. So hang on, let's actually go ahead and use this, and let's see how this works out. Yeah, there's a couple of mods. Jesus, voice of authority. Okay, so remind me to configure the soldier X one, because that's going to be ridiculous if we don't. There's the weaponry we just got. There's the required mods for the weaponry mod we just got. And that should be everything. And hopefully we didn't break everything. Boop. It's called I Don't Have It Up Anymore. That's what it's called, obviously. Give me a sec, give me a sec. It is called something. Hang on. All soldiers gain exp WOTC. Sorry, it took me a second there. Disagree at all. I think we have a mod conflict somewhere. I could be wrong. There might be an issue here. For those of you who haven't really figured out what's going on yet, that's supposed to be a person on the right side of the screen there. You can tell because you can see their feet, and if you pay attention, you can see their hands. Wait, is the game not showing up? Why is the game not showing up? No wonder nobody's reacting to it. Show up, game. Game. Okay, why can I suddenly not capture the game? Okay. Sure, let's do this. Hang on. Sure, whatever. Anyways, so, this is, this is what I was reacting to earlier. I think this is what became of Black Malkin after his 2 missions. He evolved to a new form of XCOM unit. He's more gun now than man. Twisted and evil. Hang on, hang on. Just... We seem to be fine now that we're here. Although, this is, no, this is right. This is where we were. Okay, so hang on, hang on. The squid buck. I love it. Hang on. So let's see. All right, we need magnetic weapons in order to get access to the guns, don't we? So we actually don't have any of that yet. So we actually can't even tell if all of that was worthwhile until we finish our research. We're getting there. We're getting there.
You know them as they were. Commander, I believe it is time that we meet. I am Betos. First of the
cool.
free...
Where's my frickin' scientist? Okay, there.
You are safe here. Praetor Mox was new to our cause, but he believed in our people's freedom, in this alliance, in you.
Haven't we already seen this?
Hello.
Yeah, we've totally seen that before. Oh, this is explaining the Avatar project. Right, we have a ticking clock now. Cool.
All that dissimilar, Commander. We have both lost, and in turn caused great loss for others. I shed blood in my master's name, just as you send others to shed blood in yours. There's a fine line between honor and hypocrisy.
Due course.
Good, Loke. We need more. Research is way too slow as is.
I take no satisfaction in battle with those who do not know it and would not seek it. But I am beholden to my master's will, and they would silence all questions.
Okay, so now let's finish making contact.
Setting course for the Mexican Regional Tract.
Our research was a success, Commander.
These magnetic-based weapons are...
Commander, with the Advent officer currently in cold storage, we should perform the autopsy as soon as possible.
Commander, the science team has grown particularly interested in this field of research. So much so...
An inspiration on experimental weapons.
Improvements in our
What do you think?
However, we must...
I was going to go down the armor chain, but that's a pretty good proc, I think. Yeah, only 2 days, too. Like, that's... I mean, we've got 3 scientists now. I don't remember the benefits either, and of course, the game doesn't tell us. I'm getting really close to giving this game a triple negative for info in-game, because there's a lot of information all over the place that is just not in the game. Like, it's... I don't remember this being as frustrating as it was last time, but then again, last time, I wasn't reviewing the game, so that might be part of that. Okay.
I must admit, having successfully completed the operation necessary to remove the command, I am intrigued by the possibility of examining another subject for comparative analysis. Since the officer in question will likely have expired long before arrival here,
Require another engineer to make that.
faster, more invasive approach to removing the chip this time around.
Fruit Loop flavored donuts! Exclamation mark. Well, see, that's the weird thing, is occasionally the info in game's pretty good, and then occasionally it really isn't. It's just... like, the inconsistency almost makes it worse. So I need 2 engineers. To get the shotgun, which I don't want. I want the magnetic rifle. Pay attention, Laura, you did this last time. Jesus Christ.
I wonder if this is what it was like in the old days. Always on edge, ready for a fight on a moment's notice. Certainly keeps you on your toes.
So how do we get the new cosmetic weapons act? Because, like, we're at magnetic now, we should have access to those. Oh, what do you know? You are absolutely correct. These are all identical, right? Yeah, no, they're not identical. They have different stats. That's interesting. I was expecting that to be cosmetic. Yeah, none of those are actually identical to just the magnetic rifle. So, for the sake of reviewing, I guess we're just going to ignore that for now. Good to know. We are automatically on magnetic right now. Let's yeah. Later we'll show off some cool stuff, but for now, let's keep going with that. Okay. 12 days on that. I need an engineer. Is what I need. So let's finish conquering North America. As it should be.
We completed our research.
Yeah, not a
in
fan
remarkable
myself,
time,
period.
Commander.
Okay, so now we have proving ground projects, which we'll come back to much later because we don't have a proving ground yet. Frostbomb, Shadowkeeper, Hunter's Axe, and the Boltcaster. Modular shotguns. Armor requires alloys, of course. Hi, Ryman. I think so, Black Malkin. Again, I'm not sure. It doesn't tell me. And I don't know what the sectoid autopsy gives me off the top of my head, and I'm pretty sure this just gives me intel. Which, I mean, I say just. Yeah, I'm debating between Gauze and Radio. Radio is more resources per turn, which is always nice. But Gauze is Gauze. I'm actually going with Radio, and here's my reasoning. Radio is going to get me more supplies. Supplies can get me more specific resources that I need later, in the midterm, once I unlock the black market, and then I can get the alloys and possibly engineers I need to actually start upgrading. So we're going to go with Radio for right now, and that's why.
Important task, Commander.
We'll see how that works out. True.
Setting course for Sector 10, Eastern United States.
How is that cat not hurting itself on the cactus? Question. No, there wasn't, Loke. I checked. I was actually kind of hoping there was at least one that I could use like that, but whatever. Okay, so now that we have magnetic weapons, we can bring rookies with slightly less negative consequences. So we are going to go ahead and bring 2 rooks on this, since they can do some damage. And let's bring... let's bring Ross and Crazy Norse to this one. And I don't have a specialist. Actually, I've changed my mind, Crazy Norse. Get out of here, get out of here. Let's bring... Roman. This kind of med thing. Okay, I feel better with that. Let's do that. Yeah, it looks like they don't have it. Damn. Oh well. It's fine. They can earn their armor later. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Sky Hunter deployed.
Squad green to deploy.
One of our contacts in the Resistance tipped us to an Advent transport they managed to disable when it passed through as part of a larger convoy. Advent security forces are already moving to gather their assets, but we've got a shot at finding something valuable here. We'll have to secure the area, recover the gear, and eliminate any enemy resistance.
I mean, it's a good damn game. As much as I've been giving this game plenty of negatives, that doesn't mean it's not a damn good game.
Just ahead. Engage and eliminate all hostile forces.
Okay, so let's go ahead and grab a beginning of mission save, which is save 2. This is something I talk about a lot. Even, in fact, actually, in my experience, usually great games tend to have lots of negatives. It's just they overwhelm those negatives with positives, right? That's kind of the approach. So there's our first Viper. Viper, Purifier, Stun Lancer that we can see. And lots of stuff to be destroyed, especially around that damn Purifier. I'm going to try to approach from this angle, I think, because there's less, like, if they then are like, oh my god, we see you, they're more likely to attack in this direction, and less likelihood of critical supplies being destroyed. So let's take a little bit of time. And
on the move.
Go around. I hope there's no roamers over here that are about to be like, surprise! Oh, honestly, ditto, act. And remember, I loved Enemy Unknown. I absolutely fell in love with Enemy Unknown. So,
Roger that.
I was expecting this one to be, eh. Oh, shoot. Hang on. We need to configure this. Okay, so rookies gain X, wounded gain X, train gain X, covert gain X, units in level X bonus percentage. So let's lower this like a bit. Let's do 0.2 and let's just feel how that feels, shall we? Okay, sorry. Before I start over leveling.
Rolling out.
I mean, that's just a difference of style, Zach tapped. Okay, so there's our other roamers. I knew there was going to be at least one roamer. There's those dudes. And the sexy, sexy snake ladies. I mean, you gotta have sexy, sexy snake ladies. It's very mandatory.
Moving.
Yeah, you gotta have snake milkers.
Solid copy.
And we're just gonna kind of go over here. Let's get some eyes up there. Let's get some eyes up there.
Got it covered.
Yes, I do. Unfortunately, Zach tapped. Sexy, sexy snake ladies. I mean, it's so logical. Why, right? Okay, so there's at least one patrol I haven't seen yet, and then there's those two who are roaming counterclockwise right now. I mean, the bulimia joke alone was not exactly in good taste, so there's that problem. Okay, so let's keep scooching.
Confirmed. Position confirmed.
Well, yeah, obviously all snakes are females. Duh.
On the move.
I know, Dr. Winter. I know. Music's on. Unless it's bugged. You never know, right?
Affirmative. Moving out.
I think you get some height over there, too. I'm just curious, because, like, when we were doing the extraction thing, there was this tension music, for lack of a better way to call it, which was playing.
Moving out.
Orders confirmed. Moving out.
That's affirmative. What was that sound?
Without the introduction of human DNA, these creatures once operating under the guise of thin men now show their true form. A purely reptilian species.
No reason for them to hide. The aliens don't need an infiltration unit anymore.
Yeah, they have a literal shapeshifter now. That's such a dumb line by Bradford, if I can just be blunt for a second. They don't need infiltration. Other than their infiltration units, of which technically there's like 3. Okay. Yeah, Central, I guess there's a reason we all tell them to shut up, yeah.
Let's do this.
The 2 Advent troops. I guess it's more like 5 Advent troops. My point is they go out of their way, and they repeatedly say several times that they go out of their way to hide the fact that the Advent troops are no longer fully human.
Already there.
So those are like the ones that are just amongst the populace. And yet, clearly they have no need for infiltration anymore, even though that's... You get it, you get it. Yeah, I figured they were sweeping this far. Oh, Central is more stupid than Starfleet. But I'll admit that's a close one. Okay, I'm getting weirded out that I still have only seen 2 patrols. So... let's... I'm debating if I want to be risky or not. I really... See, the problem is, unless they turn around this turn, they're going to detect me. I don't know where they're going next. That's the thing. Like, arguably, we're in a good ambush position to go loud now. It's a great time to try and kill that Viper. But... I could get in an even better position for both of them. But that depends on where they're going next. Yeah, I think it's better to assume they're going to head towards us. As much as I hate to not go for it. So let's go ahead and do
Orders
this.
confirmed. Moving out.
Get in position here. Ross, you stay back for a second. Let's push the rooks nowhere, apparently. So let's go ahead and put him
Overwatch.
on Overwatch. Nope, 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 nope. You. And let's pray. And miss.
Get it together.
They've got our position. Only winged him.
So, because I agree, we're going to go ahead and prioritize bringing his snake down. Yeah. 1 health left. And yeah, that's our first time encountering grazing. Ooh, that's a 30% chance to hit. Let me think about this for a sec.
What's over there?
This is probably going to get this person stunned and possibly killed. But I really need to get that kill in. Okay, Snake's dead.
One down, thousands to go.
Cool.
Awaits me.
Cool.
But you will never see it.
Heads up out there. It's the Elder's assassin, and she's moving into the AO.
Okay. I guess that pod isn't actually activated yet, which I'm okay with. Damn it, we haven't improved our swords yet, have we?
If we weren't destined to be enemies.
That's how it's done.
Elders
Rookie promotion.
I will face you alone.
Yes, Melkor. I mean, I'm always weirded out by that question. Okay. So I have two options now. I can try to deal with that patrol, or I can stay back and wait for her to come after me. Because any movement forward is probably going to pop the pod. So I think, based on this nonsense, we're going to go ahead and back off. Yeah, she's immune to Overwatch. Yeah, we're not on a timer. The real problem is there's essentially nothing we could do to make this go a little bit smoother. So let's just heal up.
Now, this might sting a little.
So let's... I mean, it doesn't even really matter if we're in cover, but we'll go ahead and just spread out a little bit here.
Good to
Ammo
go.
reloaded. We're also going to pull back a little bit. And she might reach us this turn. Oh, okay. Say she's got ridiculous movement, though.
Tired of waiting around.
Pull Ross back a little bit here. And let's see, we're just going to leave him
It's
in there.
killing time.
Pretty sure we shouldn't be detected by that patrol. But if we are, we can start moving then.
Moving to Overwatch.
Not that it matters.
Come get some.
You know what? I'm stupid. I didn't even think about that. Whatever.
Rock and roll.
Not really. It has a graze mechanic, Lord Airmont. So I guess that counts.
Moving to position. Here I come.
With each breath,
I'm astonished she hasn't reached me yet. So now we're gonna hunker.
Position. Roger, holding. Maintaining position. Roger, holding. I don't think we're alone out here.
And they're okay. So they've started going back. What?
there will be no escape.
What happened? I think you're right. No, Overwatch doesn't work on her. So here's the problem. Either they've spotted me, or she has, and I'm not sure which. And the problem is I need to change my strategy substantially depending on which it is. I don't actually know if she can Overwatch. That's a good point. That's a good point. So let's go ahead and keep hunkering. Let's
Holding. Holding position. Holding.
let's just
Holding positions.
Let's see what happens. They haven't procced. Although they're roaming this way now.
I need a medkit here!
Jesus Christ.
You will not suffer long. It's fitting that we meet on the field of battle. I have no intention of quibbling over ideologies. This world is a prize for the taking. It only requires that I recapture you, Commander, and remove any trace of your resistance from it first.
Let go, please.
Let's make sure it counts.
The elders bolster me with reinforcements.
Please? Can I do something other than just sitting here? Oh my. Okay. Oh my god, I hate the assassin so much.
Shall I ferry your soldier back to my stronghold, where they can tell me of your operations more freely?
It looks like the Chosen knocked one of our soldiers into a daze. We need to get someone over there to help them get back on their feet before that thing can move in and attack.
Yeah, Bradford, shut your mouth.
Sure thing. Settle down, you're fine. What?
How many are you willing to sacrifice to save this one? Let us find out.
I mean, honestly, probably the Warlock. Even though the Warlock's most boring narratively, it's still probably the best, you know, in terms of gameplay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do.
I'm going.
We're gonna move forward a little bit. We're gonna do this.
Get ready for a surprise!
Didn't even touch the cover. Okay. Let's just clean this up. Let's just clean this up and get him closer.
Looks like this might be it.
Just...
You can't handle me! I've got
They
the loot.
exist to serve the elders, to fight and die on the field of battle.
In cover! Taking in.
I meant to check. Whatever. Please don't roam too much closer. Oh, thank God, they're roaming away. Oh God, Giga Pudding. He is now going to kill me. I know it. Yeah, run and gun would be really helpful right now. Okay, that's not the worst thing she could have done.
For there is dignity in death to a superior opponent. Now the battle can begin.
So here's the debate I'm considering. So she has a weakness from high ground, right? I'm debating trying to drag the fight over here and getting up. I can actually reach it this turn. Or just try to do damage to her right now. And I'm not sure which of those I prefer at the moment. I've also got some blinded people. Okay, hang on. I like to quote a suggestion. Let's scooch over here. Let's get a shot in.
It will take more than superficial wounds to slow my...
Then we're going to scooch forward a bit, basically as far as we can. Long character. I actually meant to move you forwards. And we're going to try to do some damage to her. Some additional damage to her here. I don't know, and I have no idea, Dragon's Hunter.
Throwing grenade!
We still don't have ours, Gigapudding.
Though it pains me to flee from a worthy adversary, the Elders will not allow me to die in this world. We will meet again.
We've proven the Chosen can be hurt. Now we just have to work on putting them down for good.
I am shocked. If you remember, we have 2 rookies. Or 1 rookie? 2 rookies. I'm right. We actually brought 2 rookies to this mission. Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and call that good enough for a save, if that's okay with everybody. We're still in Iron Man mode, but man, I'd like to commit that one just in case, just in case it crashes right now,
Ready to go.
Let's spend a little bit of time recovering.
All right, I'll go.
I mean, I would have ended with a muck time, but that's just me. Oh, you're doing the chronological, aren't you, Ross? That makes sense. That's a good one to go forward. Let's see. Let's scooch forward.
Let's move already.
And let's scooch a bit. Just a bit.
Way.
Let's just end early. Logic is a little tweeting bird that will not shut up. So, clearly Bradford is Logic, right?
No need to ask twice.
Yeah, let's get back into the position we were already establishing before the boss decided to be like, hi!
No need to ask twice.
Yeah, too much happiness.
Running.
Personally, my favorite thing is the bomb that Nimoy spends some time prepping, and then Mud is like, oh no, oh no, oh no! Yeah, and just, I don't know, something about the physical acting on display is part of what I love about that. Why is that saying... Why is there a yellow marker there? Why is there a yellow marker there? I'm actually confused by that. Oh, right, because we're loud, but not actually detected by that. That's the pod activator. Got it. I'm found. So let's do this.
What's over there?
Yeah, there's 3 comedy episodes of TOS, and if you were paying attention, Ross, I recommended all 3. Unlike future Trek, where honestly comedy is very hit or miss, TOS just kind of nailed it on the comedy angle. It's weird.
On Overwatch. On the move. Scanning.
I love the fact that that was pure improv, Justin.
Let's do this.
Just Shatner making up crap on the fly.
Got it covered. Heading out. Got it covered. Good movement.
Let's see where they go next, because if they roam away, which they are, perfect. That'll give me a little bit more time to get set up. Shatner is, I've said this for years, Shatner is actually a good actor. He gets a bad rap for good reason. But honestly, Shatner just kind of relies on his director a lot, is really what that boils down to.
Overwatch.
I did not mean to even do that. I was just like, press Y. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's wait another turn.
Covering now.
Let's just wait another turn here. No, it's my fault, Vulcan. I'm like, press Y, you got it.
Not a problem. Affirmative. Covering now. I'm going. Scanning.
Honestly, why don't you hold back, Ron? I don't want you to die.
Affirmative. Covering now. Finally. Come get some. Enemy activity.
They're just sitting there. They know. They know I'm here. They know I'm here. I would actually much rather be fighting over there. There's actual cover.
Here I come.
I hate to make this take even longer. I apologize for how long this mission is going, but let's do this.
It is clear. I'm on it. Absolutely.
No, absolutely, Ross. It's something a lot of people get wrong. They assume that all Spocks, or all Vulcans are like Spock, and it's like, no.
Let's do this.
See, something I like to point out, Gum Gum, and forgive me for essentially being defensive about this, is if we decide to look at the worst episodes of a given show or a given actor or whatever, then of course they're going to come off as terrible. It's the worst episode. And the scene where Kirk is like, I'm losing command, is certainly Kirk being, is Shatner being terrible, but remember, that's the episode And the Children Shall Lead. One of the worst episodes of TOS. In fact, honestly, probably the second worst episode of TOS, I would say. Second or third. So, top 3 territory either way. If we look at, I don't know, Code of Honor, it's not like Patrick Stewart is suddenly knocking it out of the park, you know what I mean? I get your point, though. And yeah, I'm losing command. What I was actually thinking about doing is I was going to set up 2 people up top. Maybe 3. And then just leave the person who's injured back a bit. You know, just to be safe about it. I don't know. I'm still kind of debating. Either way, I need to get up to the building, so let's do that. Here, I guess.
I hope it's worth it. Moving to Overwatch.
Oh wow, they can see through the window. Oh, they can see all over the place. Look at that.
Tired of waiting around.
Evil Kirk. Yeah.
Not a problem.
This is a good question though. Stewart's worst acting job as Picard. Because there have been several times where Picard is just not good. There's like no vector, is there? It's just detection all the way down. Ironically, I was actually thinking Nemesis. I really was. Stewart is noticeably tired and just not good, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, but I get detected right there and right there. Let's be weird.
Come get some. Come get some. I'm on Overwatch.
Let's see what they do. Nope, they're just sitting there. They're just sitting there. Okay. Okay. I mean, I agree with that, Dr. Winter, but we were talking about Star Trek. So we gotta go loud. We've got to go loud.
Got it! Scanning. Moving to Overwatch. On Overwatch.
Yeah, the game's like, they haven't spotted us. Are you sure, game? Yeah, the pod is clearly like, I know you're there. I know you're there. Alright, so the question is, what's the best way to go loud? I've got 2 rooks, a specialist who is out of range, and a melee who is also out of range. They were a little bit closer. Yeah, there's no option here. I'm unfortunately out of grenades. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have him go on Overwatch over here.
Overwatch!
And then I'm going to open the door and see what happens. That seems to indicate we're going to be detected for doing that, if I'm reading that correctly. But, I mean, it's honestly whatever. So, yeah, so let's get detected and see where they swing.
Outbound forces on the grind.
I was right. I read that correctly. So they rush. We get 1 Overwatch shot that's going to miss.
Adjusting sights.
Okay. Now we've got a little bit more of something to work with. I'm going to go melee the Purifier because I'm a moron. Problem is, this could still go badly very quickly. They have 2 units that can... 3. All 3 of those units can cause me a lot of issues, and I'm still handling 2 rooks. So... there is still the snake. The problem is the snake went over there, which really irritates me. What I might do... I'm not sure if this will actually affect them, but I could close the door again, which would force them to go around to reach me, and I could use this as a defensive position. I would still want to split up a little bit, but I could theoretically pull them behind the building. Yeah, the problem is I know how line of sight in this game is in general, and I don't want to rely on that. This guy is the one I'm worried about most. He's just out there in the open, so I think we're going to get him over to cover here.
Heading out.
And just kind of... we're going to go for that. Nope.
Shot failed to connect.
Well, we're going to go for it again. Okay, we got a high roll on that one. I'll take it. That leaves Ross. Now, he doesn't have an upgraded shotgun. We do also have our grenade, yeah. Which we cannot reach. But we could reach. Can we get up top? We can get up top with this. I don't want to, though. let's go over here. Let's move our melee a bit further away, and then let's explode the purifier. Okay. Not what I was hoping for, but that's okay.
Something's not right.
Okay, so that sucks. Both Brooks are now poisoned.
I'm getting burned!
And on fire.
About to get sliced a bit quickly! Alright, that one hurt. Okay, this is bad.
But we can now melee the Viper. And... no. Honestly, I didn't think I was grouped up X, to be very honest with you. I thought the space in between was plenty, but apparently it was not. Let's move over here. Jesus Christ. We have no healing, and that's why I'm not even trying to be defensive. We need to kill as quickly as possible, otherwise they're gonna die just to dots.
Moving to position. I've located target assets.
Okay.
Hostile target down.
Hey, Illyrian, nice.
Why am I on cargo duty?
Okay, if we could get rid of this guy, that's dice rolling. That's dice rolling. I'm gonna go for it. It's the only choice.
That's right.
Please tell me the mission's over.
All hostiles.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We did it.
Secure. Status confirmed. Mission accomplished. Great job, Commander. We sent the Chosen back to their masters with a few scars to show for their effort. If they decide to face us again, we'll be ready.
I think that one deserves a photo. Oh, they're there. Why are they, like, off camera? There we go. There we go. Yeah, let's go with Noir. I always like Noir. Okay.
Advent officials announced an increase to this month's recruitment quotas. Citizens are encouraged to voluntarily...
Yeah, we don't actually have a med bay yet.
At least we know these Chosen can be killed. Well, temporarily.
Hey, Ross got promoted. Nice. So did Cronin, who's going to get the medical protocol. And we've got a sharpshooter and a ranger. Nice, very nice. We got a lot of loot out of that one, too. Look at all that. Look at all that. That's great. We can do the Viper autopsy now, too. That was very lucrative. Holy crap. Okay. What's weird is I don't feel like I'm playing better, Ross. It's possible I am. I was very tired the last couple of days between not being used to the full work schedule and you know, just everything. I was just, ugh. So it's entirely possible I am literally playing better. But yeah, so we've got a couple of new people. Yeah, I was also recovering from Kingsfield. Literally recovering. Oh, Blade also leveled. let's see here. Grenades deal +2 damage. Yeah. Yeah. So we have, we're out of rooks. So how many do we have to name? We've got one. Oh no, this is Trafin. I keep forgetting to name you. Trafin. So how many people do we have to rename? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have... You don't like it, Act? We have 4 people, if anybody wants to join. That's a sharpshooter, a ranger... No, excuse me. Hang on. Sharpshooter, ranger, sharpshooter, grenadier is what we've got. So, guess between 1 and 100. Be sure to have your armor color and your weapon color ready. Check something really quick. And I'm just going to do a dice roller for this. That seems to be working out very well. I'd physically use dice, but I'm not sure where my dice are right now after the move. I mean, you did just die, Lord Caramon. Let's hold off on Mark IIs for the moment. Because usually we have a Mark II rule. I absolutely believe you, Spartan. It sort of depresses me, but I still believe you. Okay, I've got the number. So... we've got, what, 4 slots? So we've got Kira White Noise, 10-Headed Hydra. Act and Pit Kits, looks like. So Kira White Noise, you have highest priority if you want to pick a class. Okay, so you want to be one of the snipers. We'll give you the wounded sniper. How's that sound? Also, the only sniper. Oh no, we've got 2. We'll give you this one. And you want to be purple. Actually, another thing you can do is you can be partially a color or all a color. I think I'm going to start allowing that. So, Kira, like, do you want to be all one color, or do you want to be color plus white? Well, you decide that. Actually, I suppose I should do this while I wait here. You got it. So in that case, you're going to be purple. Listen, Act. White Noise. And so then we had whoever else won. Next was 10-Headed Hydra, it looks like. And 10-Headed Hydra wants to be black and white. And no preference on class. Looks like nobody else had a preference on class. Well, Justin preferred sharp, although I think, do we have another sharpshooter? We do not have another sharpshooter. It looks like Act also cannot be a sharpshooter. Sorry. Oh no, well, I'm wrong. I'm staring at him. I'm staring at a sharpshooter. But 10-Headed did not want to be a sharpshooter. So we'll make 10-headed one of the other two. We'll make you a grenadier. Well, at the moment we have a... hang on. A ranger, a sharpshooter, and a grenadier. So I know, looks like Ect would have been next. So Ect can go ahead and take the sniper. I kept wanting to say the snarp shooter. So let's just get that out of the way. God damn it. The snark shooter. That's just a bard at that point. And X colors were... red, black. Well, I mean, okay. So all or partial. I'll assume all for the time being. Oh, that of course, of course. Naturally, I'm too stupid. Yeah, we'll give you a slightly different one. There's actually a bunch of different varieties here of helmets we can give. I just haven't been branching out into that yet. Resetting the thing every time I select something. Really irritating. Okay, so you want red. And then gun is black. And you wanted a camo, I remember. Sure, we'll give you a battle skirt, since we can do that. Oh, black armor. Sorry. You said red. You gotta work with me here, man. Alright, hang on. So, white weapon. I both said red, even though I don't think it actually does anything. Yeah, it doesn't. You wanted a squat. I guess it'll give you red on that, so never mind. There you go. What do you think? I do think white weapon looks pretty legit. But you know me, I love black and white. Always have. Okay, so that's Ect. So Pit Kiss, since 10-headed is cool with any class. Pitkiss, do you have a preference? You have Grenadier or Ranger. Ranger it is, okay. So we'll do... So let's do 10-headed here really quick. Still doesn't fit. No, we're back on normal difficulty here. We have been since we started this particular campaign. Okay, so 10-headed wanted black, white, black. You got it. What else we got here? Yeah, looks good.
I just wish he had lived long enough to see us fight back.
I know, right?
To know that it wasn't all for nothing.
If only... Who are you talking to? I know, she's talking to Bradford. I get it. Oh god, look at that. Okay. and then the weapon was black. Again, looks like. Give me a sec, X. Give me a sec. Give me a second. Black. Black as the soul. Alright, cool. So now we go down to... Right, there you are. This will be Pitkiss. And you wanted all pink armor, which is going to be this one. I already love it. So it's going to be this one. I think it's custom. Yep, there it is. Do you want bubblegum pink, or do you want, like, neon pink? What do you think? Neon it is. Actually, and you wanted your weapon to be... where was it? Red. Ah, yeah. There we go. And we gotta have the happy faces on the weapon. Oh no, zebra. Or plaid. Plaid! Oh no, that's perfect. That's perfect. What do you think? What do you think? Okay, so now let's go back to Act. So you wanted to go all black, like total black? I should mention we have the scout helmet too, if anybody wants to request that. Everything else is just like different paint jobs. So we want custom, and then custom, custom, then we're gonna have to do everything again because this is dumb. We could start doing that. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go. I was about to say how, but I'm stupid. And what do you think? What do you think, Act? I kind of like the idea of the Rangers getting the custom helmet. Let's do that. Let's do that really quick. Where's the... There it is. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Yeah, where's... Yeah, let's do this really quick. Where's Pitkiss? Behold! I love it. I love it. Let's do a couple others here really quick while we're here. I think I agree. Let's just make that standard. kind of wish we had more helmet options. The problem is, all these helmets, like, you can't color them, right? So you've got, like, Stormtrooper, and then you've got Shadow Trooper, and Shock Trooper, and, like, you can't do anything with them, right? They're just, it's a Stormtrooper helmet, and that's it. So, we're really limited to Clone Trooper and Scout Trooper, and that's kind of it. And that kind of sucks, but whatever. What can you do? Now, this is going to be brilliant. Strafing already looks amazing. Oh, yeah. There we go. That is the face of evil right there. Okay. Okay, so now that we've done all that customizing, let's go ahead and save. Legs are patterned or like all. Hang on, let me just show you what I'm talking about.
The cooperation of these extremists will do little to unite the forces of your resistance, Commander.
Can Rangers use rifles? You know, I'm not actually sure. Yes, actually. I mean, I do plan to upgrade the shotguns. Haven't done it yet. Where is... yeah. That's... Yeah, there's not a lot of great options for legs. Damn it! What? I don't think I can give you red legs. It's already right there. I can give you black legs or white legs, or I can give you crap legs. Which is one of these. I'm not doing these. Yeah, you're gonna wear shorts. This is good. This is you now, Act. This is your. Like, the enemy sees him, like, peek over the thing, and they're like, oh my god, it's the deadly... And then he actually walks over, and it's like, oh no. Thank you, the crow. Oh, you said not to bow. Sorry. Pokemon Black 2. You got it. Give me just 1 second here. Much appreciate the sub. Thank you. Charisma is, as usual, a umbrella category. So there's a lot of different things that are charisma. Being able to convince someone is charismatic. Being just engaging, like someone who is popular, is charismatic. Being able to suss out when someone else is lying is charismatic. Being a good liar yourself is charismatic. All of that is charisma. Okay, let's go make friggin' contact.
For Mexico.
Honestly, I do think Janeway has negative charisma. And I'm not saying that as a joke or an insult. She's a science officer. Ironically, Archer also has negative charisma. Now, Cisco has charisma.
I am sure you will find the results to be as intriguing as I do, Commander.
But Cisco's charisma is very different from, say, Picard's or Kirk's, right? Okay, so now we can finally afford to get the plated armor. It's going to take a minute. But I think that's our first armor upgrade, and I think that might be worth going for. Can someone check me on this, please? Because it's that or Gauze weapons, and the only reason I'd go for Gauze weapons is because they're quicker. But we have the alloys now. We just got the alloys from that supply mission. Yeah, let's go for it. We got 3 scientists. We got 3 scientists. Let's just go for it.
Constraints of the Avenger. I've had a difficult time finding room.
Long live the Resistance.
New regional contacts located.
And just where do you think you're going? If it's a fight you're after, you better bring everything you've got.
So I am now going to go ahead and continue to infrastructure a bit here. Cool. That sucks. We're gonna ignore that for the moment.
You have made considerable progress against the aliens over the past month, Commander. I hope that your ongoing efforts will only lead to further success.
Time is not on your side. It won't be long before I find you, Commander.
Jesus. Damn it, Giga. I think I'm gonna keep going with excavation speed for right now.
We might take the Elders by surprise if we switch up our tactics. Maybe we should try something new.
We still don't have a sergeant to do that. Okay. We actually cannot recruit Reapers. I'm gonna find Templars. I cannot find Templars. Oh, wow. Okay. The only thing I could do is form a soldier bond. Which I don't even really want to do if I'm being completely honest. Can I just skip out of this? Yeah, I can. Okay. Could you just finish, please?
Use a favor if you've got the manpower to spare.
What?
We're all in this.
Okay, that gets us an engineer, which I want. There's lots of Lost here, and the Hunter is active in that area. So I'm going to ignore that for right now. I'm going to finish the scan because it's... That's nice. Seriously? Do I have to do this right now? I'm like an hour away from finishing that... Okay.
Commander, you should be aware. We're detecting lost activity in this area. Our forces will need to be especially vigilant.
Okay, what do we got? So this is a good time to level people. So we're gonna try and bring some lobies here. So let's bring Vigilant. I don't know. bring Tin-Headed Hydra, since we just got him. Pit Kiss. And... Pure White Noise. Let's go with that group. And you should have a med kit. Operation Dumb Face.
Sky Ranger deployed.
In position to drop.
Yeah, I try to keep everyone leveled. I almost always send out my weakest people to any mission, Lord Paramount, to try and level people up. Generally speaking, my experience with these games is I want a bare minimum of 18 decent troopers. 3 teams worth. You know, primary team, secondary team, backup team. I keep forgetting they exist, Black Malkin. That's all that is. You got this, Maverick. You got this. Okay.
The Resistance expedition is trapped not far from your position, and the VIP is using a remote turret to hold off the Lost. We only have one clear access point to the area, so get to the target's location and escort them back to the entry point for extraction. The whole place is overrun with Lost. Don't bother trying to outgun them. After you secure the expedition, you'll have to return to our original entry point for extraction. Don't get overrun. Keep the path back to Firebrand clear.
Not really, Dakota. I'm gonna do something very stupid. Who's ready for me to be very stupid?
Let's have some fun.
We're gonna send Kira White Noise way up. Let's see how this works out.
Moving to position.
Dare to be stupid. Dare to be stupid. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I shall see to it personally, sir.
Of course, Vigilant has the guardsman voice back. Very apropos.
It is clear.
Yeah, zombies are always magic to some extent or another. The question is how acceptable and how ridiculous they tend to be. Really?
So many choices.
Okay, so immune to explosions and takes damage from close range attacks. Okay.
So little time.
Okay.
It's one of the Chosen. This mission just got a little more dangerous. Stay on top of its position and try to take it out.
Well, let's commit to the stupid that we've already decided to do. Which setting has the least magical zombies? I don't think any large-scale setting does. Having said that, there are a couple of, like, individual movies where it's rabies, right? And those are probably the answer to that question. No, Resident Evil has very magical zombies. Like, I would legitimately say that Resident Evil has more magical zombies than Warcraft does.
Concentrate all firepower on that bruiser!
Yeah, like 28 Days is a good example of the rabies zombies.
Happy now?
That's a good question, Gongo, but I, of course, haven't seen any of that, so I have no idea. Last of Us. No, they're pretty magical. Like, Resident Evil has always been magic. Like, my personal favorite thing is the fact that zombies in Resident Evil, and in just everything in Resident Evil, has a tendency to just produce biomass out of the air. Following Black Malkin's advice here.
Okay, so I got one. Alright, I'll go.
Sure, that. Whatever you say, wink. Okay. I have not entered, no. Oh, whoops, I'm stupid. I'm glad you liked it! Exclamation mark.
You really
I heard that. God, what's his name? What's the guy who played Batman back in the old, I can't think of anything right now. Keaton, Michael Keaton. Really, Plutonia? That's funny. I like it.
Relocate.
Yeah, that's actually a good example. So, like, a couple of things that Resident Evil zombies do that a lot of zombies do in fiction. They just kind of have infinite energy. They cause no damage to themselves despite acting as if they're superhuman. They can magically teleport. They can magically be perfectly stealthy until they attack you, at which point they become very loud, of course. Also known as the Monster Closet superpower. Obviously, there's the ones that can mutate and affect even further. That's kind of its own thing. I think that covers all of the base level stuff for zombies for Resident Evil. Obviously, the BOWs are kind of their own category. Sorry, I shouldn't find that funny. But I totally do.
Heading out.
I mean, honestly, I loved Keaton as Vulture. It's my favorite portrayal of Vulture by a huge margin. It was honestly one of the hallmarks of that film for me.
On your order.
I think I might deprioritize attacking the Chosen. We'll see what he does. I'll go and do this.
With all the build-up surrounding your escape, Commander, I was almost hoping it wouldn't end so quickly. It's not often I get to take down a legend. I suppose I will have to take comfort in the fact that this world will be mine when you fall.
Could you just shut up, please?
From what we've heard, he's a relentless tracker with an unnatural ability to call his shots.
Hope you're ready for company.
Okay.
Go to sleep. Creating the Lost might be the Elder's biggest mistake yet. Aside from letting you escape, of course, Commander.
So this is going bad pretty quickly. Like, very quickly. And my third story sniper just missed an easy shot, so that's great. Get you down, Jesus Christ.
We've got a soldier down. Get to him before the Chosen do.
Uh-huh.
I hope it's worth it. This might sting a little. I can't get my bearings.
I'm pretty sure there is, Lord Aramont. Is there not? Someone check me on this. Yeah, we're at 80. Oh, apparently they're too close. That's the problem we're running into. Oh, whatever. Didn't even kill him. No, we're still on normal difficulty, Cronin. We actually have been this particular playthrough.
Scanning.
That's it! Run into our gun!
What's over there?
See how bad this goes.
It's nothing personal.
Come on, focus.
Hi, Savicom. I always knew you were secretly going into the YouTube business. I knew! So that's, bad. This actually would be completely fine if not for the fact that the hunter was right there. The hunter is really gonna throw this. The good news is the Lost and that guy should be fighting each other. No, he did, Von Falkenstein. At least I think he did. I've actually been deliberately not using my grenades.
I'm doing something.
Okay. Let me actually think about this for a second. He's still just parking up there like a dick, too. And we have a couple of turns to play with, so we're not in a super rush, but we can't just sit here. Yeah, I know, right? Look at the target preview line. Bottom of the screen, for those of you not familiar with it. Okay. Unfortunately, the person I actually really want up here is Vigilant. But what I have up here is Pitkiss, the Pink Wonder. I'm honestly tempted to just run for it. But what I might do is what I just did. I was hoping for slightly better damage on that, but our pistols suck at the moment.
It is my duty to serve.
That's a good point. I should take a drink. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't have the resources to build them last time I checked on Falkenstein. That's the issue. Okay. Let's use some headshot tech here for a second.
Happy now? Burning through ammo fast! Big deal. Out of rounds. It's killing time.
Okay, now before I keep going with that, let's scooch 10-headed Hydra forwards.
On the move.
Ooh. That was an awful chance to hit. Oh, that's why. Let's go ahead and set up Overwatch back here. No, you're disoriented right now, which is part of the problem, 10-headed Hydra. And you're disoriented, which also means you can't use your big hit, your frag grenade. I'm actually, honestly, hunker.
Stay in put.
Hunker down for the moment. Pit Kiss, let's see if we can clear up these numbers a little bit more. Or just not. Let's just miss an 80% shot.
We need the commander alive. It's open season on the rest. Let's get this over with.
Interesting. Yeah, thank God for our ally, the Hunter, up there.
These things don't make for much of a challenge.
But that was also an explosion.
Put up a fight.
And that's a miss. Okay, so ironically, that's kind of a good thing. Oh, thank God they missed 10-headed Hydra.
Ready and waiting.
Okay, so...
Go ahead, Commander. Impress me.
Yeah, I don't think the stun did anything.
Target destroyed! That was something! Confirmed kill!
You know, honestly, putting the sniper up there has worked out really well for me, just not for the reason I thought it would. The freaking pistol. I'm honestly amused. That didn't even occur to me for that. Thank you for the idea of on Falkenstein, for the idea of using the damn pistol up there. Which is just not what would have occurred to me.
Target neutralized.
Let's use your bonus to reload. Try to get some kills in here. This is
X-ray neutralized.
clear the field a little bit, shall we? If we can get rid of that guy. Nope, that's okay. That means Vigilant can finish him off. Speaking of which. Okay. That Vigilant, you deserve to get hit by that. For failing at that shot. I noticed the timer's frozen. I'm not sure why. It's either a bug, or it's a graphical bug, which is even worse. God damn it!
I'll get it next time. What should we try this time?
Uh-oh.
I'm alright.
We just got really lucky. I guess that's to offset the terrible luck we just had.
Sometimes you could use.
And Vigilant is down. Okay. Oh, gotcha, Black Vulcan. That makes more sense. Okay, so this sucks. Let me think about this for a minute.
Too close to the heat!
Obviously, I can't let Vigilant get taken. the Lost are much less of a problem at the moment, but I need to get rid of that trooper. So what I'm thinking is I might... Oh, wrong button. Oh, I can't reach him. Yeah, I can't reach him. I was just thinking if that was worth it, because I was going to do... I guess that right there. Yeah, that right there. I'm going to go for it.
Fire in the hole!
Readings are all over the place. The Lost are almost right on top of you.
Double or nothing.
All right, I'll go.
He takes extra damage from melee, doesn't he? He does. Let's do it. Okay, we're good. We're good.
There you go.
Okay. Now we've got a swarm that's about to spawn on our face.
I guess I underestimated you, Commander. And here I thought the Elders were just exaggerating.
I'm sure we'll see them again, but that Chosen sure wasn't expecting the fight we put up today, Commander.
Yeah, now the timer resumes. Oh, Vigilant got up. That's actually funny.
Time for payback! Got ammo coming!
You know what? Honestly, go for it. Why not, right? At this point.
TK, ammo coming! Reloading!
Okay.
Minus 1-5, the VIP is down. Try and secure
What?
the escorts if possible. Let's not leave anyone else behind. The turret protecting the expedition has been destroyed. We're running out of time.
When was the car set on fire? Yeah, what ignited the car?
Fire spread!
When the trooper missed the VIP.
Firebrand is in position. Get back to the entry point for extraction before you get overrun. We're picking up more heat signatures than the sensors can keep up with.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're just...
Reporting for duty, sir!
It is clear.
Move it!
I'm on it.
I mean, it says the VIP escort's available, but I don't know how or where. Like, look, it's just pointing to that. I guess we could go pick them up. I mean, now that I've already moved away from them. No, the spiders were beginning to bother me. Okay. Let's be greedy. I really don't want to, but let's go ahead and be greedy. Let's...
Don't fire until I say so! Let's rock!
Let's do this. This is why I reloaded with my last few actions, because I'm going to need all the ammo in order to push through that nonsense. They still haven't killed that trooper over there. That's funny. Okay, where are you, Kira? Come here. Come here. I know they're going to keep spawning. Hi, Evo. Okay, I want...
I shall see to it personally.
Hey, Mad Overlord. Sorry for the audio quality.
Okay.
And the everything else quality.
Keep that ammo coming! Concentrate all firepower on that bruiser!
I'm going. Big deal.
I'm gonna go for that. I don't know. I'm just gonna go for all of them, honestly. We're just rolling dice at this point.
Okay.
Oh man, I would kill for donuts right now. Just kill for it. Pitkiss is just getting all the kills today. That's just what this is.
I'm ready.
The Pink Trooper is just nailing it. Oh, I hate you, Boys of Authorita. I hope you get some good one. Okay. Honestly, just go for it.
Hostile target down.
And reload. Because we technically don't have a timer. We do have a soft timer, so I am kind of being a little cautious. But not super cautious. That trooper has been alive for so long, it's a little strange.
Cover the flanks!
Yep, here comes the next spawn. As expected.
Hostile terminated.
And there's another spawn. And there's another spawn. Oh no, that was the guy that was going after the sniper that never found him. Okay. Correct, Lord Harriman. Although, maybe we might actually be able to kill them, you know, faster than they can kill us. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So, let's, scooch.
I hope it's worth it. There you go.
No, we're already committed to it at this point. I'm just being cautious about how I'm approaching it, because the person who's going to pick them all up, which is Kira White Noise, is the one who went completely the wrong direction. So we're moving as a group. There is also still that trooper I need to be thinking about.
On your order.
Yeah, that trooper. Yeah, seriously, that trooper. Have you considered working for the Resistance? Okay, trooper's down. That's actually, that's really good. That's a huge load off of my mind. So,
let's do this.
Let's go ahead and reload on him, and let's go pick up that loot.
Moving to position.
It's okay, Mad Overlord. I know I'm pathetic and terrible.
I have the asset.
Okay, how many spawns are we going to get here? Because you notice they are spawning every turn at this point. So 3 isn't too bad. That guy's still catching up. I think we might actually be ahead of the curve.
Keep pushing towards the evac.
Shut up, Central.
No matter what you do, you're never gonna make a dent in the Lost. There's just too many coming in.
You know, you say that, but demonstrably, we do actually gain experience for every kill, although it is reduced for the Lost. But yes. Okay, so let's scooch forward a little bit. We're also getting loot. I don't know what lost corpses are good for, but we're getting one almost every single kill. Okay, so let's scooch over here. So you just think that because you're a nice person, Evo. That wouldn't surprise me. Load. Let's go and reload. Yeah, we will access the black market at some point, and then probably start spending. Let's race forward. I think you're right, Lord Paramount. Let's go for the shot. Jesus Christ, Pit Kiss. 25 kills now. Or 24, excuse me. 24 kills. Load. Rush forward. Now the evacuation point's still way back there. We might be able to move it? I don't know. We'll try it once we get further up. No, I believe you, Mad Overlord. I believe you. It's just I am pathetic and terrible. So I was trying to rescue someone from a zombie-infested area, period. Unfortunately, they got themselves killed, comma. And now I'm trying to recover their bodyguard through wave after wave of hordes of zombies, period. Okay. Recover the bodyguard. Now, I'm going to actually do a backup save. I'm actually legitimately just curious here. And because this can screw up, well... Okay, we cannot call the Sky Ranger, so we now have to go all the way back. That's okay. I mean, it's very action movie-y, you know, but I'm okay with that, honestly. Here, Pit Kiss, let's spread the kills around. Let's get 10-headed high for some kills, yeah?
Target eliminated.
You know, honestly, we're really on top of this. Yeah, no, exactly, Act.
I'm on it.
It's not bleak for the same reason that, well, that Independence Day is not bleak. Logically speaking, Independence Day should be bleak, but it's not. You know what I mean? I mean, the example I actually love to use is Borderlands. Borderlands should be extraordinarily bleak and awful and terrifying, and it isn't because of the tone that they go for. You know, it just occurred to me, I was actually planning to order something for lunch.
Here they come again!
They might not have, they might not deliver today. Because, you know, holidays. I don't know, we'll find out in a minute. Honestly, yeah, Mad Overlord, that's exactly right.
Broke our backs.
Okay, so Kira, your only job is to run, so just get some distance.
Like we drilled, go!
Exactly, Act. Yeah, even if we successfully fight them off, what should happen logically after this is that this is a post-apocalypse scenario. And according to Chimera Squad, it totally isn't. So. Oh.
New code, sir.
Did they stop spawning? Or are we just that ahead of the curve right now?
Solid copy.
Getting it done.
So you mentioned that earlier, Takoida. Having not played XCOM 3, do you mind clarifying? Nope, there they are. There's more spawning. Speaking as the noob who hasn't played the old XCOMs, really. Not since the 90s. No. We're talking about old XCOM 3, not Chimera Squad. Apparently it's called XCOM Apocalypse.
On the move. Move!
You know, actually, I know exactly why zombies are so popular in fiction.
No need to ask twice.
At least the original reason zombies became so popular. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure people do zombies because people do zombies. The assets and the makeup and the resources all exist to do zombies, so it's actually cheaper to do zombies than it used to be because so many people do zombies.
Clear of this area, Commander. The Lost are pouring in faster than we can keep up
I
with.
swear to God, if you don't shut up, dude. So the original reason is actually very simple. There is a appeal to a normal person feeling like they can be extraordinary. It's one of the reasons why superheroes became
We've recovered the VIP's
popular as well.
We'll get her patched up and ready to redeploy into the field.
And the idea here is the way zombies were originally portrayed in the first several iterations that they were portrayed in was the idea of, oh my god, all the ordinary rules are upended, so even an ordinary person can now be a hero.
Now, this is the only way to travel.
Logic? Think about Think about Walking Dead, for example. Pretty much everybody in Walking Dead was just a normal person who is now being tasked with blah, 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 blah. Another good example of that, a much earlier example of that would be
Operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
can't think of the name of it. I love this, by the way. We're getting the Lost music because we technically lost that. Mission failed. Enemies killed 40 of 51. Night of Living Dead, thank you. But we kind of, like, honestly just aced that mission, other than the fact that jackass face, that frickin' trooper, killed the escort.
Have you forget the injustices of the old world. Forget the violence. The
The Elders Chosen are incredibly resilient. Despite our victory over them today, we still have much to learn.
Let's
if we
see.
wish to destroy them permanently.
Medical. Shredder, very important for later. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take that as a big win. You can disagree with me all you want. That was a win. And we now have a new specialist, looks like. Ect also leveled. I mean, I caused damage to a Chosen, successfully leveled multiple people, and got out with a new soldier. That's a big win in my book. That's a huge win. And I did it with no wounds. and no losses. Yeah, that's a win. That's also true, Evo. Zombies are one of the original acceptable targets. Not the original acceptable target, at least not here in the States. Bonus points if you can guess who the original acceptable target was in the States. With regards to modern fiction framing, obviously. Yeah, it's an easy gimme. It's the Nazis. The Nazis were the original acceptable target. Also, I guess I don't feel quite as bad about the VIP dying, ignoring the fact that the rest of the mission went swimmingly, because I did nothing wrong. I didn't screw up to let the VIP die. The VIP died to pure random bullcrap. So, shrug. I think we'll go with Long Watch. And so, here's our new person. It's just the one, right? Yes. Okay, so if anybody wants to be a specialist, pick a number between 1 and 100. I don't know, what's it worth to you, Act? How did he die? Random bullcrap. Oh, okay. Is there an acceptable target in the Empire? No. Actually, the better question is there an acceptable target in the extant? Which might have been what you meant. But the answer remains no. Okay, so let me... We made it out, comma. Just barely, period. Let me go ahead and roll the dice. Okay, let me roll the dice again. Okay, let me roll the dice again. Oh my god. Do I need to go physically find my dice? Okay, I'm going to do one more roll and we're going to stick with it. So for those of you wondering, we got a 76 again, a 94, a 96, a 97, all in a row. And I'm just like... So, this dice roll will be the one that actually is it. Boop. Okay. Looks like that's going to go towards Hyrax. Whoever picked highest, which is Image TR3, because it was 93! So I need your primary color and your weapon color. That's what I need from you. And, oh, sorry. Primary color, do you want white on your armor, and what your weapon is. Now I gotta wait. Oh yeah, also, well, so, because if you want to, you can also be a stormtrooper. The catch is, if you're a stormtrooper, you're just white. I can't change the color on the stormtrooper. So that is an option too. And we want this, or no. We'll do, we'll do that one. I'm not sure where the dice are. I could probably find them. I will probably actually make an effort to find them. But I'm not 100% sure where they are. So that'll have to wait till the lunch break. you want your weapon to be black. Everyone wants a black weapon. I do not understand that. No judgment, it's just weird. Okay. Let's do... Pit Kiss and Kira White Noise have reached a bond. Confirm the bond. Bond forged in blood. Okay, that background's terrible. Hang on. We'll make one of them pink. One purple. Oh no, we have to do it the other way, don't we? No, there we go. Perfect. Check it out. Check it out. No, Matt Overload. It's purely cosmetic. They did, Evo. I love it. Okay. Yeah, that's nice. Can I actually make contact now?
Commander, we've utilized all of our available communication.
Oh wow, we actually lost contact with New Mexico for the failure of that mission. Jesus.
Attempting to establish local regional contact.
We finally have this, so let's go ahead and get our power relay going.
We'll start work on the new facility right away, Commander. I'll send word when it's up and running.
Just a few days.
I'm not entirely sure what I'll do with this world once the Elder...
New regional contacts located.
We were literally hours away from getting this thing set up. Okay, so... supplies... Intel... Engineer... Also, Chosen no longer suffered from weakness, so...
Setting course.
Let's go for that one.
Eastern U.S. precinct.
Here, Evo. Give me a second. Here's what X looks like. We really do need to increase our party size. I've been deliberately not going for it this time because we did that last time and it turned out badly. By the way, Pitkiss is tired, probably from all those kills. Alright. Let's go ahead. Let's bring Ross. Oh no. We're actually going to bring our heavies for this. So to speak. Let's go and bring 10-headed Hydra. And X. Yeah, honestly, let's just do a full spread. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. Yes, it's okay, but still. It's so horrible.
Sky Ranger deployed.
In position for deployment.
A trusted source in the Resistance has confirmed that a high-ranking Advent military officer will be moving through this area as part of a routine patrol. We have an opportunity here to completely disrupt Advent's command structure and delay their current operations. All we have to do is neutralize that officer. Menace 1-5, we're tracking the Advent General and his escorts, but we don't have an exact fix on their location. Sweep the area and eliminate the target along with any other hostiles that stand in your way.
God damn it, Ect. I will get you executed. On this mission. If you don't quit changing your outfit. Okay, so it's upper right. Somewhere. Okay. Okay. Okay.
On my way. Heading to that location. Okay. Roger that.
Actually, speaking of which, something I've been meaning to give this game a negative for, and I might as well jot it down now while I'm thinking about it, is internal continuity. This game is wildly inconsistent internally.
Headed there now.
Mostly in terms of what I would normally call world building. There are things that are presented as X, but actually are Y. Or things that, if you think about it logically, should be B, but instead are A. And that's a pretty common thing in this game.
That's affirmative.
Stuff is pretty much... There's our first mech.
We'll need to look for vulnerabilities if we're going to take that thing out.
Yeah, literally in the intro, they extract an implant from our nose, which was installed in the base of our skull. That's literally in the intro cutscene. But yeah, no, what it is they prioritized cool factor and action movie approach rather than making sense. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, it kind of is. So we're going to extend... We have to commit to an extension because this is like the only way through. So we're going to go here.
Rolling.
Get a little bit of additional eyes in there. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, but we're okay. We're okay. So we're going to scooch up here. Yeah, Hollywoodism. Exactly. And our sniper, I'm going to go ahead and push you up here.
No need to ask twice.
I think asymmetrical is better at. I'll tell you that right now. I liked it better when one was red and one was black.
On the move.
One second, sorry. Yeah, hopefully you'll survive through this. No. No.
Orders confirmed. Moving out. Will do.
Of course they're coming this way. Oh, wow. Okay, that's extremely terrible. Jesus Christ. I was really hoping to not go loud yet. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and just go loud on their faces. Like, I was kind of trying to move away from that nonsense, but instead we're gonna do this.
Heads down!
Come on, blow up!
We're visible here!
Well, we killed the Purifier. He didn't blow up, of course. Because why would he?
How many is that now?
Not that many. Jesus. Okay, so that went really well. Yeah, the mechs are legit. All honesty.
Copy that.
I don't actually know if they can explode from fall damage. I was just hoping they'd explode because I hit them with a grenade. Or because they died. I thought it was a chance to explode on death, like, regardless of cause of death. I could be wrong.
Got it covered.
We're picking up an inbound Advent transport. The aliens are going to try and extract the general.
Well, now we have a timer.
Don't let them get on.
Yes, we are, Ross. If you die, you're dead. I know, right, Image? It's like, could you just... Okay, okay. Not gonna argue.
Go, go, go!
Okay, do we have eyes on anything? We do. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you caught this, Eva. We've already game overed. For the record, if we are in threat of gaming over again, I'm gonna not, because we do have other games to get on with. And so we'll start just... we'll break the Iron Man mode at that point. But the goal is to continue Iron Manning. I do actually enjoy Iron Man playthroughs of this game, believe it or not. We have lost people, yeah. People are turbo dead.
On the move!
Yeah, exactly, Voice of Authority. It's legitimately more enjoyable, for me at least, to play in this mode. It was worth it, and I was right. Now, Ross should, yep, be able to melee him. Go ahead and do it. I don't think I even needed to shoot him, but I was right. Worth noting for the future.
Who's keeping score?
Oh, hell yeah, Andrew. What do I want to do with X? What do I want to do with X? Let's run you way forward. Up here. Let's just get in position.
Got some Advent here. We're near the objective.
Yes.
So, oh, well, X is bleeding out. Cool. That took very little time. Give me a second to think about this. We do have a medic, but I don't know if that does it. Like, it looks like I can't target him with it. So, first thing we're gonna do. Let's deal with the real issue first. Shred some armor. I really hate the position of that purifier. I guarantee you if we kill that purifier, he's gonna blow up. I guarantee it.
Here I come.
So we're gonna just completely ignore the purifier and let him have his way with us because I don't really see an alternative there. Please kill. Damn it! Didn't kill.
Deflection.
That's really bad. That's extremely bad. He has 1 health left. Okay. Okay.
Moving to position.
I can't stabilize while I'm on fire. Okay.
Hostile terminated. Enemies on the move. They're flanking us. I can't move. I might need some help. I didn't feel good.
Okay. Think about this for a second. First act exactly. I can tell him amidst the fire. He blew up. He blew up. We all called that. Bull! Bull crap! That's actually really bad. That screwed with me a bit there. Okay.
I'm on it.
No, no. Alright, get the fire off.
Position. I've got eyes on outbound troops.
And of course we don't have Blade Storm yet, so... Ross is dead. That actually pisses me off. That was... Okay, whatever. Whatever. Let's stabilize him.
Throw a grenade! On the move!
Now, if they do a mind control here, this could be a TPK. Yeah, that. If they do that thing that they're currently doing, this could be a TPK.
It's nothing!
In fact, I'm actually going to predict right now this is going to be a TPK. Because of that miss. Because Ross missed that attack. This is going to be a TPK.
Can't think!
I can't even shoot the guy. I can't even shoot him. I don't have any grenades at this point. Also, 10-headed Hydra is currently in Overwatch. We have lost one person right now. Guaranteed. Ross is dead. Which is still bullcrap. I'm sorry. 1 second. Of course, if there's something irritating, I'll be irritated by something else, too.
On your order. Make it heavy fire!
And I hate sectoids so much. You know, if Ross was still alive, I'd be fine.
No respite for the dead. The aliens have found a way to mind control them now.
Bradford, shut the hell up.
I'm pinned down here! I'm alright! Incoming over here! It's inside me!
At the moment, we've only lost Ross, but this is literally inches away from a TPK. What is most likely going to be the outcome here is we're going to lose Ect, and 10-headed Hydra is going to be captured. Let me test something.
Evac, now!
Okay.
Heading out.
Pick him up. Pick him up! What?
Advent's transport is in position for the evac. Don't let the general escape.
I'm reloading that, if this is death.
That all you got? They're all over me!
I'm not even gonna say anything about that.
The Advent General is getting close to their evac point. Don't let him get away.
So 10-headed Hydra is no longer being mind controlled. So I face a very interesting decision. Problem is, I can't pick him up, and I'm not sure why. Why can't I pick him up now? Like, clearly he's right there. Can I not pick him up because the Psy Soldier is in the same tile? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that... Hang on. Let's do a... number 3. Let's save over 3. Do you have to actually be standing on the tile? Because that's ridiculous if that's true.
We're green to go.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Can I rescue him now? Still cannot rescue him. Wait, I'm on fire? I can't even hunker. No, seriously. I don't think I'm actually on fire, and I don't even have the hunker option, even if I was. You need to be in cover to hunker. I also don't see a thing indicating I'm on fire on the lower left. That could be wrong. Okay. So why can't I pick you up? Okay, at this point, we're just in trying out stuff. So let's just see what's going on. Now, he's stabilized. He's still got 1 health. I can see it right there. What the hell is going on? Mind control. Or a corpse.
No, I want to go home.
Panic. Panic's actually okay in these circumstances. Cheer on, Justin.
The General got away. I'm not sure we'll get another chance at that one.
Shut the crap up. God, I'm gonna smack you in the stupid face.
Miss the target. Incoming fire.
Why is it still so... Who is overwatching us? Oh, it's them.
Ready to go. Target neutralized. I'm on it. Target neutralized. Burning through ammo fast.
I'm gonna live with that.
Today's battle with XCOM dissidents ended in their bloody defeat.
Ross died for his miss, so I suppose that's whatever. Yeah, X gravely wounded. Lived, though.
Hello, Commander.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. X now has technophobia. Chance to panic when encountering a mech. I don't blame you for that one, Act. When can I increase the squad size? No time soon. We are nowhere. Kinda, yeah, it's outcome. It's okay, we have a method to get rid of them, too. Right. You want me to change your armor. Which is... No. For God's sakes. Yep, Chosen no longer suffer from any weakness because we failed that mission.
There is no shame in my admiration for your resolve in the face of insurmountable odds.
What was I doing? Right.
Of a desire to face my enemies in combat and surrender to no one. In you, I see a shadow of my own creation.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get the guerrilla tactics school going.
Guerrilla
Finally.
Tactics School construction initiated.
It's been something we've been sitting on for a minute. We are about to get new armor, which is a shame because we could have used it last mission, but, you know, whatever.
Another important step forward in our research. Commander, with the Advent officer currently in cold storage, we should perform the autopsy as soon as possible.
Instant? Sure.
Though I was never witness to one myself, countless observers attest to the existence of a much smaller, less intimidating variant of the sectoid that took part in the original invasion. In the time since, this new being, the product of clear genetic manipulation, is now a familiar face to our forces operating in the field. The sectoid's rapid physical evolution over the past 20 years is a testament to both the aliens' mastery of genetic engineering and their pursuit of advancement, regardless of the risks.
Yeah, I'm leaning, because I don't remember what Viper gives us, but Gauze is definitely worthwhile, and being able to upgrade our sniper and our heavy, yeah.
I will make that our highest priority.
The improved med kit. It is worth it, but we'll get there.
Reading you loud and clear.
Notice they randomized the continental powers. So we have different North America powers than we did last time. Yeah, we're not doing great.
Avenger plotting new course.
We're still going. We haven't quite started a spiral, but 2 failures in a row. Yep. And that is always ticking. Let's go ahead and make contact with Russia. Oh, we can't. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's have a terror mission.
And now they will suffer the consequences.
For Western United States.
I don't want to lose my sergeant, as weird as that sounds. So let's bring... a couple rangers, vigilant, and Dr. Winter. And what do we have here? What kind of mods do we have at the moment? We've got a couple. Last time we had one. Hit chance. First reload doesn't cost an action. Aim. Not cost an action. Very low chance. Actually, there is. It's what Andrew just used. So we're going to use the 2 free reloads for this, I think. Well... actually, no. I'm sorry. This is what we're going to use. There's low chance to hit in general. And you... you the free reloads. And the increased crit, I think. Well... nah, let's get that. And then let's progress.
Sky Ranger Squad green to deploy.
Up an intermittent distress signal, and as far as we can tell, the aliens are hitting back against one of the resistance outposts. It doesn't look good. We're moving in to secure the area as quickly as possible. Neutralize all enemy contacts. NS-15, hostile forces are attacking the outpost. Eliminate all enemy units and protect those civilians. Advent came in hot, and so did we. You won't have a concealed position for deployment on this one.
Of course not. Okay.
Shall I get started?
Hey, Bio. I understand the pain to type on the phone. I actually hate typing on the phone. That's why I use the speech to text so often. I liked it better back when we had actual tactile keyboards on phones. And then they got rid of those, and honestly, I'm not really 100% sure why. I mean, I do know why, but I don't agree with it.
I'm going.
This is a terrible approach.
Stepping off.
I did too, Savicon.
These mutons seem a little more agile than the ones we fought in the past. It looks like they're still serving as the aliens' front line, though.
Barely been worth trying. Yeah, I know. I brought 2 melees and we've got a muton. Because of course we do.
Is it clear?
Sir, yes, sir.
Well, that sucked.
They're trying to flank us.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that, Brian. But, at the moment, the RNG is killing me, so they should lean into that more. Okay, so we're gonna be... God, hang on. Go kill that guy, would you please? Thank you.
Hostile target down.
Now, the rest of you. There's no good way to do this.
I hope it's worth it.
Okay, well, that's my fault. That's bad. Okay. Well.
Ready and willing, sir. Here I come again!
Okay, it has 2 and 1 armor. A grenade will guaranteed kill it. That's not really what I'm worried about. Because Dr. Winter there has 1 health. And is stunned. Do they counterattack before or after the sword hit? Because if they counterattack after the sword hit, then yeah, I can melee him. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do.
I'll go.
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm probably gonna reload actually, because of just a straight up misclick problem.
Here.
Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna reload. Anyway, so as I was saying,
Cover the flanks!
Okay, so where are we? Or I guess when are we? Okay, I know where we are. Hey! I'm not going to count that as an Iron Man fail, no. If you want to, then I don't care that much. So, let's do what I was trying to do last time. And, you know, not fail at it this time.
I'm going. That armor's tough.
Shall I get started? Take it at all costs. They won't call me a coward.
Anyways.
I have it.
Like, we're already probably going to fail this mission because they're already killing civilians way over there. And this is just the empty abyss. Yeah. Go see if this is a, you know, a warp death doom.
Move out!
Hey, it wasn't. Holy crap.
Let's move already.
I mean, we know at least some of these are going to be faithless, right? There's no way they're not.
Moving to position.
I gotta go across that bridge with plenty of faithless, I mean civilians on it.
You heard the men. Jump too.
On the move. Advent troops here.
Oh, that's a mean double pack. Okay. We have 4 to start with, and when we get upgrades, we can get 5 and eventually 6 bio. There are very specific missions that let you bring more, but generally that's your limit.
All right, I'll go. Finally.
Yep, just keep killing those civilians. Murder, murder. What? Okay, that's cool.
Taking every fire.
Yeah, speaking of which, I probably should have done this earlier. Go make Dr. Winter not be dead. At least not on the verge of death. I mean, they kind of aren't even. Of course, if too many civilians die, then I fail the mission, which will be our 3rd failure in a row.
Grenade out.
Fun. That's okay. I didn't want that anyways. What I really want is to be one step closer than I am. The range of this thing. I'm really hesitant to spawn another faceless, which is why I'm ignoring that. I guess that's just gambling. I say another faceless. Faceless. This is... wow. Let me think about this for a second. I am just uniquely in a position where I have very little cover, approaching an enemy that has a vastly superior position, and this kind of sucks.
Will do.
Honestly, just go for the shot. 70% chance. 70%. Okay. Whatever. Take the shot. And let's wait it out.
I'll get him next time. Taking fire over here.
Which one, Bio? Sorry. Or do you mean the one to the wall, in which case you'll have to ask my sister. It's okay, they have no trouble hitting the civilians. Yep, that sucks.
That was close. Fire's spreading!
Okay. I mean, I helped paint it, but yes, she designed it. Okay. Well, we can attack over cover, so do that. Okay. Just whiff. Very important part of the strategy here. I continue to just have awful defense options here. Honestly, that's probably worth the shot.
One down, thousands to go. Ammo fast.
Ugh. Nope. Okay.
Shore up that left flank and keep firing! I'm pinned down here.
Still killing civilians. Can't do what I want to do. So I gotta think about this. Because this isn't Mechanicus. And I can't use part of my move before I use the rest of the move. You're on bio. Yep, I guess you already had lunch. Have a good rest of the day. Alright. I'm just gonna assume that this is still in range. Nothing tells me it's in... Okay. Looks like it's still in range. Maybe. We'll find out in a second.
Throw a grenade!
Purifiers down.
Deflection!
Okay, next down.
I want some more! Keep that ammo coming!
Does this game have an introduced plot? No.
Wait!
What?
Getting a little too warm over here!
What? Well, okay. Dr. Winter is dead. Just straight up dead. Sure. I'm not going to question that. That was... Yeah, okay. Sure. Whatever. Not even gonna argue. Not even gonna argue. Cool.
Copy that!
Like, that's 3 dice rolls that all had to fail for that to happen. That's... Sure. If you're wondering, to hit at extreme range, while we're on the subject, it was from there all the way down to here, while in cover. So they had to hit, then they had to roll high on the damage, then I had to fail my live save. Death, roll, roll, and roll. 3 rolls had to go badly. Oh, wow. I mean, the range table is different. Cool. That makes it slightly less irritating. But that doesn't actually change my sentence at all, because they still need to have 3 dice rolls that all went bad in order for that to happen. I don't even know what to do. Just run Overwatch. Figure it out next turn. Yeah, okay, we're done.